Amazing. Amazing. What's going on, y'all? Happy Wednesday. Today is going to be focused on the title. Surprisingly, not about the State of the Union. I've never really been a political commentator, but when I look at it, there's not much to see there. You know, you got Ilhan Omar shouting, yapping in the classroom. You know what I mean? There's not much to look at. It's not interesting, let's say. Let me just be frank. What is interesting to me is this ongoing topic that's going to forever be a topic so long as humanity exists, which is what is knowledge? Why are we seeking the truth? Where do we go once we have ascertained some truth? And of course, all of the problems that you'd see brought up in the very secular system that we have now of politics. Anything that's brought up as an issue, let's say it's an issue brought up in the State of the Union. All of these are going to be pointing to larger questions that are meta-ethical in nature. And so I kind of just skip right to it, right? Might as well skip to Malou. Thank you, Josiah Eliron, Big 20, sending you a 20 off the bat, Jim Bob. So excited about my Bobvatar. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. Looks awesome. I'm glad I went with that, like, sort of lava, fiery orange. Appreciate you. So, yeah, we already get people in the chat insofar as this message is concerned. People, showing how far we've gone in this particular topic. Why secularism, progressivism, ultimately anything not Christian is going to lead us into absurd beliefs. Now, the atheist thinks this, and they're baffled. Absurd belief? You mean like turning water into wine and multiplying fishes and walking on water and raising from the dead and, virgin births? They can't believe a Christian is saying such a thing, right? Because, in contrast to their naturalist presupposition, I mean, that's true absurdity, right? But once you press them, and I have a couple examples, I'm going to start with a Jordan Peterson clip, but beyond the clip, there is something I saw in exchange. An Orthodox, at least to my knowledge, he's Orthodox, called in. He said he was, to Joel. Remember, not Joel Scriptura. Joel reads Bible, Atheist Blippy. And he did a good enough job revealing the absurdity of this guy's view and everyone who follows him. And it is related to this clip I'm going to play of Jordan Peterson, because this unnatural dichotomy between science and faith is one that the atheist, the naturalist, tries to desperately keep separate, but you can't keep it separate. You can't keep it separate. It's impossible. So, and you start to see some of the questions, right? Like, I'll bring one up here in the chat. Very early on, you start to see what's going on here. Where is it? This guy. Okay. He says knowledge versus blind faith, right? No, knowledge is based on faith. It's theory laden. All knowledge is theory laden, and it's based on a set of faith-based positions. That is to say, faith or a religious belief, digital content, a religious belief is a belief without evidence. That's a religious belief. That's what it is. He then goes on to say Jesus didn't want to build churches. Jesus established a church, his body, and it's declared the pillar of truth. And the College of Apostles, the entire structure of the church, which is Episcopal, the entirety is based on churches and maintaining the church. What are you even saying? I don't know where they get these things. I don't even know where they get it. I have no idea how they get Seculars made me, yeah, without purpose. Thank you for your purposeless chat that you had no control in sending. I really appreciate that. If Jesus is God, then any human can be God. No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't even follow. Nope. You're out of your league here. You're saying things that don't follow. All right. Arakota, thank you so much. Weird how a lot of Christians consider tag viable when JP says it, but when evil ortho bros like mean old Jay Dyer says it, somehow becomes inviable. Foundationalists flip-flop. Yeah, foundationalism is very related, honestly, Arakota, to this topic, because all of science, with respect to its relationship to theism or Christianity, ends up sort of tailoring itself to foundationalism, self-evident truths, and that's where you get a lot of these platitudes, like, oh, things are self-evident. I go based on the evidence. I go based on science. I do what science tells me. They've never really been questioned this because, let's face it, all of the West's education system is based largely in this model of epistemology. And this idea that you can separate religious belief from learning, you can try, but look where we are. Like, for instance, why would a child who's developing in school believe anyone when they told them why they should learn and get good grades or pursue the truth? Why would they listen? They're simultaneously taught that they're an accident. Their very existence and all of the mechanisms that's running their body and mind is completely accidental. And you're like, and it's important to get good grades. It's like, hey, hey, Dad, what I learned in school today is that I came from a bacteria, and I was a fish, and there's no real ultimate reason to be here. Well, son, make sure you get good grades then. That doesn't make any sense. There's no reason. That's the irony, is like, if what you learn in school renders your philosophy meaningless about what you learn in school, then the reason to learn anything in school is meaningless. This came up when I talked to Danny. You guys remember Danny? Every time I ask him the same question, why do you teach? There's no purpose in you teaching, dude. Whether it's science or philosophy or math or social studies or whatever it is. You don't have a reason. And that's the problem with science, is that there's no reason for science now. There's no reason for science. It's just purely like whatever you want to use it for. Like, I don't know, it's like arbitrary. Whatever you want. And this is a problem. So, anyway, let's take a look further why it's a problem and how it's a problem and how it shows up in society. Because to me, it's rampant. This problem is rampant in society. From the education to the pursuit of just pure pleasure, hedonism above all, liberty above all. You can't really manage a society based on this as a principle. You're managing a bunch of animals. You turn society into a zoo, and you look around. It is a zoo. You convince people that they're animals, and you're complaining that society turns into a zoo. You convince people that they're apes, and then you get mad if they act like apes. What the hell's wrong with you people? At my brother's birthday dinner last night, my mom brings out the cake, and I'm thinking, damn, I'm trying to fast. She drops it and ruins it. W fast. Yeah, things like that are harder. Some priests take different approaches to that. Like, when you're at a family thing and it matters, if it matters enough, those things kind of like, you know, it depends. Jim Bob hates free will. What? That doesn't make any sense, Ryan. You never make any sense, Ryan. So Jim Bob is saying that bacteria should have meaning or reason to be. Everything that exists has reason to be. If it doesn't have a reason to be, then there's no reason for you as an extension of bacteria. There's no reason for you to hold to reason. There's no reason for you to do anything. There's no reason for anything. Nothing. No purpose, no reason, no meaning. The consequences of that. The consequences is that you can't even argue that there's no purpose or meaning. That's the funny consequence of it all. Giovanni, hey JB, good morning, brother. Love you, man. Thank you so much. May Christ grant you patience today. Yeah, I guess I'll need it. Nasty little Gibbons. Nasty. All right. So let's move into this. I think that I got this lined up here. Now listen to Peterson. Who's, God bless him. Prayers for. I don't even know if this guy exists anymore, honestly. I don't know if they're crafting an AI version of him or Boston Robotics is trying to, scan his entire body. I don't know if he's floating in a lamb blood float tank. No idea. But this is an older clip, but it's pertinent. Eli Nix, I let Joel know we call him Atheist Blippy the other day. He said, figures you guys watch kids shows. I said, yeah, because we actually have kids, not pets. Nice. Yeah, we're going to roast him today, for sure. Going to roast him.
Any orthodox apologetic books that combat atheism or same-sex supporting beliefs?
Not that I know of. No. I'm currently reading slowly Genesis, Creation, and Early Man. So that's a great one, just in general, for worldview level analysis by Father Seraphim Rose. All right, let's get into this, Peterson.
I think I can demolish the atheistic argument permanently. With the death of God, many other things die. Things you don't expect. And one of the things that dies when God dies is science, and no one expected that. Science as a practice is a religious practice. It's predicated on religious axioms. You have to believe that there's such a thing as truth. You have to believe that the truth is understandable. You have to believe that understanding the truth is good.
There's something appropriate about Jordan Peterson talking with half of his face covered, like over a wall. I think his whole enterprise should have been this. I think they really missed the ball on this. Like the neighbor talking over the wall. I mean, this is his thing, dude. He really missed out. Now I'm jealous. I should have done this from the start. You know what I mean? I should have talked to you guys for. Man, you can't go back though, can you? What's up, rhetorically defective? I'm doing a stiff keto fast in solidarity with the Ortho Bros for Lent and working out while listening to this right now. Feed me, Bob. Nice, dude. Nice. Get your butt into liturgy, dude. Who cares if you don't believe it yet? Just get in there. Hey, Jim Bob, sorry for the off topic, but could you please give the best argument for why morality has to be objective? Well, it's two things. It's really simple. Either morality exists or it doesn't. If it exists, it has to be objective. There's no subjective morality. We're going to get into this in a clip coming up here. You just have to bite the bullet. Either something is wrong and morally wrong, and it's objectively morally wrong. Therefore, this necessitates that morality itself has an objective standard, or it just doesn't exist. The problem with these secularists is that they point to things and they use the word morality, but the word itself that they're using is referring to their preferences. So why are they using the term morality? Just say you prefer this, you prefer that, I want this, I want that, I desire this, I desire that, you desire this, I desire that. Let's fight. Let's have a war. So that's the dichotomy right there. It's an either or. It's a true either or. There's no third option. Be like, well, no, it could exist and not be objective. No. That's just calling something that it's not. That's all that's happening. So you start there. I would start there. If you don't make a skit of Jordan Peterson looking over a bathroom stall, all right. How is this not perfect though? It's just It just is. It should have been the way. The Daily Wire should have done this. Ben Shapiro, well, tell me about my contract with the Daily Wire. Well, it's interesting you should say that. What we want to do, picture this. I've got vision. I've got chutzpah. What we want to do is have you sort of a mysterious, non-committal Christian, a Judeo-Christian. And we want your eyes, your mysterious eyes that are filled with death and sadness and emptiness behind a wall. Picture this. And we release a series, a 12-part series. Picture this. Picture it.
You have to believe that there is such a thing as good. Those aren't scientific claims. Those are metaphysical claims. The difference between believing in good and believing in God it's a very narrow difference.
That's right. Actually, I would swap out. He's actually pretty close to how I argue. The difference in believing in truth. I skip to truth because morality would still be a truth claim about truth. I've run this argument so many times. Any atheist who has a reason to deny the existence of God must necessarily deny the existence of truth based on the same standard. The standards usually, I don't see any evidence. Sorry. Truth, no evidence. So that's not an evidential claim. I don't have a good reason to believe in it. Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. What's a good reason? What's a good reason? Usually it's empirical. I only believe in things with evidence that can be weighed and tested, okay? Go ahead. Show me where you stepped in truth this morning. Show me where you captured truth in a petri dish. Same thing with knowledge, information, meaning, mathematics, numbers, of course, laws of logic, the past. There's no empirical past. What you talking about, fool? What are you, crazy? What are you, cuckoo? Some sort of cuckoo bird? Will you cover the alien stuff when Trump declassifies it? I can only imagine Star Wars species the devil's made up. Oh, it's going to be a huge psyop, dude. People love it, too. I mean, you're going to get Joe Rogan, and who's that weird guy who talks like a high-pitched wizard? He always is on Joe Rogan. He has a long beard. His voice is like this high. He started live streaming. I started tuning into his live stream. What is his name? He's like a weird magician name, too. I forgot his name. My God, JB, there would be no believers if that was the case. If what was the case. YouTube stopping your chat. I don't know what that is. You might have to actually refresh, honestly. All right. Now let's get into this. Just based on what Peterson said, okay? Just based on what he said, think about it, okay? The entire scientific endeavor is based and rooted on non-scientific things. The entire basis of empiricism is rooted in non-empirical things. You just got to think about that. You got to let that really set in. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that dude. Anyway, he's going to run with the alien stuff. They're all going to run with it because people are invested in it. They want it, right? Maybe the alien psyop that we're likely to be subject to will be the bridge for what I predict to be this migration of secular atheists denying intelligent design to being like, we were created by aliens. Like, it's not too far off, honestly. It's not too far off. All right. So we're going to go to Atheist Blippy here because he has a call in. An ortho guy calls in, presses him on some stuff. And we're going to see how absurd the atheist subjective reality person, these people are just subjectivists. They have no reason to run their live streams. Like, admittedly, They have no reason to do any of it, right? They're removing the 2/3. Oh man, that's annoying. It's annoying. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it. Try to get everything you needs to be said in a super chat. All right, let's take a look, because this is one of my favorite targets. This guy. He's such a bullshitter, this guy. You heard me, Joel. Joel, read script. You are so full of it, dude. Truly. Truly. Thank you so much for that tenor. Says nothing. Or you can just say nothing like that. That works too. All right. Let's go, Blippi.
You're still a Christian even after talking to me. That's surprising.
It's been a while.
Usually doesn't
Indeed.
happen.
I remember that. That was a good conversation. I do remember that.
I appreciate that. Wow. I don't know whether to be offended or flattered.
I think he's lying, but why are you still a Christian even after talking to me? That doesn't usually, typically that doesn't happen, which is weird.
Joe Suarez, I guess it wouldn't be so bad to read Protestant books combating atheism/same-sex beliefs, since Orthodox Christians could, at least in part, use the same arguments to combat atheism. I can't find any apologetic books by Orthodox Christians.
Yeah, I don't know if I can help you there. Honestly, the thing with orthodoxy is that because it's so holistic and leans into practice and life, the deeper you get into orthodoxy, it's almost like the further you go from what you call apologetics or evangelism or anything else, right? You actually go, maybe necessarily so, into a life. Maybe there are some people who are called to apologetics, right? It hits a certain channel, let's say, to do that. But what I found in my own life, and even helping people to whatever extent I have to convert, some of it's not, quote, apologetics, unless you're like really going to broaden the word. Who's the saint who said, someone who's at peace, a servant of God who's at peace can convert thousands of people? Is that apologetics? Like living the life? Maybe, yeah, maybe. That's why I kind of gear people, coincidentally gear them away from thinking and more toward practice.
To me, because
I'm here to defend the Orthodox explication of the Christian tradition, to be specific, because obviously I believe it's probably advantageous for both of us to know where we're standing. You're obviously
why you New Testament system is based on hate of all old systems. That's not an argument, dude. Get help. Take your medicine. Do something. I don't know how to fix your brain, bro. It's incoherent rambling. Incoherent.
New atheist, would you agree with that label, or is that bad?
I'm newer to the atheism. I don't know. I think you're trying to put me in a doc.
Right.
Oh yeah, that was Sarah. Yeah, that's actually one of my stickers. Actually, I should have known that. He's the one who basically tamed bears. He's in the sticker pack.
Doctrine of atheism, and that's stupid. I don't believe there's God necessarily, and I'm an ex-Christian that definitely doesn't believe the Christian God exists. But yeah, let's talk about.
I am an Orthodox atheist, though.
Yeah,
we have different viewpoints, but I am.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah. So Joel, I would say why I'm still Christian is the reason, really, why I requested to join up, which is a question I have for you. I would ask you, how would you justify anything? And by justify, just to clarify, I mean from an epistemic level, at the root of the issue.
That's a good question.
Let's say something like morals, because many times I listen.
No, it wasn't a question, dude. You smuggled a bunch of assumptions that aren't true into the question. Okay? That's not a good question. That's like me asking, did you beat your wife yesterday? And I know that you don't have a wife. It's like, it assumes something that's not true, right? It's not a good question, dude. Why hate pagans so much? Well, are you speaking of pagans? The pagans that existed in the biblical time? Why hate them? Well, if hate means reject, the reason we hate pagans, and by hate we mean reject, is because they worship demons and they move away from the triune Godhead. That's why.
In your live streams, by the way, they're amazing. But many times I listen to your live streams and you will say things like the God of the Bible is evil. You will say things like the person I'm speaking to is a scumbag, which oftentimes they are. So
I don't think I've ever used that term, but I do agree. Like that is something that I should say.
We talked about how scumbag is that's the word for a condom. That's like, it was a British phrase.
Oh yeah, that's true. That we did do that.
And we were like, oh, that's gross, but kind of makes it better.
Yeah. I think that, to answer your question, I feel like
this guy is just NPR. He embodies the studio of NPR and all of its papers and staplers and posters. This guy.
You know what I'm asking?
Yeah. I think that our morality, because I don't believe in an objective morality or anything like that.
So then why are you talking about our morality? What are you talking about? I don't think objective morality exists, but the referent, I'm going to just assume a referent called morality, even though I just said it doesn't exist. That makes a lot of sense because I'm a reasonable atheist.
Like that, but I think that our morality individually is based on a goal. I think that that's where we ground our morality. We ground our morality in a...
You're giggling at demons. Look, you got to critique it from our perspective, right? You don't believe in anything that's non-material, apparently, right? Digital content? You're like, ha ha ha, from my paradigm, that's funny. Yeah, that's not a critique.
Goal. And I think that you do that too. I think you and I...
Study what those so-called demons was truth and good. Things get demolished, demonized, not lies. You're incoherent. Are you drunk this early? That's not even a coherent sentence. There's nothing truthful or coherent about paganism. It's incoherent. It's just nonsense, dude. It's just like, honestly, this is why if pagans talked like you, that's enough reason to reject them.
Do the exact same thing, except I just do it better than you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because, I ground my morality in reducing harm.
That's not grounding, dude. Joel, you don't know what grounding means. I ground it in reducing harm. Okay, cool. Let's take this one statement, Joel. If you grounded your morality in reducing harm, it would necessarily be a moral thing to eliminate life, any life that could experience harm. Yes? On his prompts, he says, try atheism, simple question, why? As an atheist, why should anyone be an atheist? That's right, this guy's insane. These guys are nut jobs. But they know it. Joel knows he's running people into circles. He knows that there's no purpose in what he does. He wants to prove that there's no purpose in what you do. That's what most of these people do. They have no purpose in what they're doing, but they want to say, well, no, that's true for you too. They want you to start believing their absurdities so that you're both reduced to purposelessness, both reduced to nihilism, that you're both deadened to truth. That's their point.
The goal would be harm reduction, okay?
Mm-hmm. Now, I wish the ortho guy who called in here, Nathaniel, would have caught this immediately and said, okay, interesting. So would it be morally good? If it meant the reduction of harm to zero, would it be morally good to annihilate all sentient life? Yes or no? It's an entailment. Now watch how quickly he shifts away from reduction of harm and he moves to something else. Digital content be like, why not you not be like good, not hate me, not like me good? That's pretty much how I experienced it too. I ground my morality in a subjective concepts. How do they see how dumb that is? They don't. They don't. Remember this debate, if you want to call it that, me, David Patrick Harry against, who was it? It was Powdered Dusty Dude and the dumbest guy on the internet, godless engineer, mindless engineer. And they were like, I just grounded in my own preferences day to day. And you're like, do you not know what grounding means? Unmoved. Grounding means a justified, unmoved, fixed, invariant entity or law or something. He's like, I grounded in the movable thing. That's not grounded. That's like saying, where are you building your house? And they're like, in the movable ground. That's moving. In the movable, changeable foundation. What? You can build a house on a movable foundation that's constantly changing? On sand?
I want there to be less harm and thriving. Thriving for humans, and I think that like protecting the planet would also be thriving for humans.
See, that's already a contradiction. He's already contradicting himself. Joel, you're not a good thinker, dude. You're full of it. You're a charlatan. You found a shtick. You do sing-song stuff. You're atheist blippy. You're a nonsense machine, dude. That's a contradiction. If the imperative morally from your perspective is to annihilate suffering, reduce suffering, right? If you reduced it to zero, would that be good? You'd have to say yes, right? Okay, well, if you reduce suffering to zero via annihilationism, you just annihilate all things that could potentially experience harm. You've reduced all harm and the potentiality of harm. Now he says thriving. Well, no, that's a contradiction. If the highest peak that you could occupy of reducing harm is eliminating all things that could experience harm, and you have to necessarily say that's a good thing morally, then you can't also say, but also thriving. But also they're alive too.
And like all those things work together. We can look at it in a holistic sense. That's where I would ground my morality in that goal.
Unbelievable, dude.
What would you say your goal would be? I think I know what the answer is, but
I mean, my goal is not going to make any sense to you, but I kind of want to focus on what you're.
Look at him doing this, like he's doing some work here. These people get me so fed up. Thank you, JB. Your content oh, sorry, everything's moving. Unravels so many. Thank you. Unravels so many lies. Yeah. Thank you.
You're saying here because
I want to hear your goal. I answered your question.
My goal is to commune with God.
Yeah. So your goal would be your moral goal would be and I don't want to put words in your mouth, to do what God wants you to do.
Sure.
Okay. So in my goal, I can measure harm.
You can't actually. And I wish Orthodox Nathaniel here said, oh, you could measure harm. This is where you have to press these little maggots. My goal is I could measure it. No, you can't. You can't measure it.
That's the fun thing about my goal. We can measure that scientifically.
Really, we can scientifically measure harm?
Scientifically. We know when things hurt people.
No. We know. That's your epistemology, Joel. We know when things hurt people? Really? So it's measurable that there's an aspect to fasting that hurts me in some way, goes against my desires. There's a measurement of when I go work out that it hurts. Okay? That's a measurement of harm, right, from your perspective. In fact, if I were to numb everybody, Joel, as long as they didn't feel anything, it'd be fine. Whatever I did would be fine if they didn't feel it, right? Now, this is where he's talking about pain. He thinks, now, unfortunately, the guy calling in, Nathaniel, doesn't push back on this because you have to force these people to distinguish between suffering, harm, and pain. You have to. You can't let them babble with this nonsense. The true goal is the goal. Yeah, the true goal is the goal. Dustin, thank you so much. 5 buckaroos, chair throwing Italian, which we all are, $10. I grab my morality and my morning dookie. Big and flowing equals good. Small and constipated equals evil. I can measure the dookie to be objective. Pretty much.
When they don't, when they affect the earth, and when they don't.
When they affect the earth, excuse me? Did you just say affect the earth? I'm sorry, does the earth experience harm now? You whack job Blippy impersonator?
Fun thing about my goal. We can measure that scientifically.
Listen to this nonsense right now. This is why atheists hate each other. He's up on the screen with some other smarty pants atheist who doesn't go, wait a second, Joel, I don't even agree with this. This is crazy. We could measure harm against the earth? I'm sorry. What's that? Hey Joel, what's harm against the earth? They treat the earth like God, like an act against God is evil, an act against earth. Carbon taxes.
No one thinks.
Oh yeah, dude, this guy's a manipulator, top notch psychopath, this guy.
Hurt people, and when they don't, when they affect the earth, and when they don't.
Oh, you just established that, you just affect the earth, and I'm just going to say it. Dude, the caller, Nathaniel, if you're a follower of mine by chance, dude, you can't let this guy talk like this. He just says it like it's like nonchalantly established. We could measure the pain, we can measure harm, and we can measure when it hurts the earthy earth. Hey kids, today we're going to talk about what harms the earth.
You can't measure yours. You have no access to God's mind or any of those things. That's all.
Yeah, I always bring that up in a debate, Freddie. There are people who are born without the ability to feel pain. Are they suffering without the feeling of pain? They would argue yes. They would argue that they would pay massive amounts of money to feel pain, to orient themselves to reality through the device called pain. They would love it. Oh, the joy of burning your hand on an oven from their perspective. Absolutely. Jack the Guitar God. What's up, Jim Bob? So when I was a child, my mother told me that I could be anyone that I want to be. Turns out the identity theft is a crime. Nice. $5. Ty says, says morality is subjective, then says we should cause less suffering. Why? Yeah, why? Yeah, these people should be banished. Now, luckily for us, this guy's clearly Canadian. Unfortunate for all my Canadian brothers and sisters that these are the people that are being produced over there.
All very ethereal. So
he shifted from grounding to goals. Yeah. Yep. Totally circular too. What's the grounding? My goals. What are your goals? Oh, it's based on my grounding, which is my preferences, which is my goals. Why should we listen to you? I don't have a reason.
So I think my grounding of morality is just more concrete than yours.
Concrete, says the guy. See, this is the problem. I'm tempted. Now, if there wasn't a long queue, like I hate this song and dance, I'd rather just debate these people one-on-one. But he just said some things that were not concrete at all. I wish the caller would push back and say, oh, wait a second, you just said they're concrete. Can you tell me what's concrete about laying concrete over the earth hurts the earth?
Right. So you're basically saying that your main goal is to reduce harm and to increase thriving. Like that's the main thing we should seek. Less pain, more pleasure.
Yeah,
Basically.
that's
That
the
benefits
goal.
everyone.
That's the goal.
Cosmetic surgery for T causes physical pain in order to mitigate claim psychological pain, which means they don't have even remotely coherent standard. Yeah, if you guys wanted to kind of call in on behalf of the Jortlandian army against this Joel guy, based on his standard, all you know what you have to bring up? The thing Andrew brings up, where he goes, I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you knew this, but there's a percent of women who experience a thing they call an orgasm during sexual assault or a grape. Experience it. Not saying it's good. Just saying about 5%. Based on that, this guy would have to say that was good. Yes, Blippy, in the instance a woman, for whatever reason, experiences high levels of sexual gratification for whatever, even against their own will. They didn't want to feel that, but they felt it. According to this guy, that one was good, actually. That was a good moment of an assault. Right? You got to be equipped with these examples with these people, right? You got to be. Because they have to bite the bullet. You got to force them to bite the bullet. He's going to copyright strike me. Just saying. You'd have to say that for that particular instance, that was a good thing. It's a good thing.
That I've chosen subjectively, and everybody chooses their own goal. I think that choosing...
He doesn't even believe that, dude. He believes everything's determined. You don't choose anything, dude. You don't choose anything from your view, you whack job creep.
A goal within reality is the way to go, whatever that goal may be. I don't want it to be a harmful thing because I believe in human thriving, but
cool. Let's do another example. Bucko, Blippy atheist. Let's say you believe based on the data that what was necessary for human thriving was to eliminate 1/3 of the population of the world. Bite the bullet, Blippy.
I would almost see that that's a better goal than I want to do what God wants me to do when we can't ever know that. Does that make sense?
Right.
Does that make sense? Does it make sense? I'm really doing some work here, right? I'm atheist Blippy. I'm doing a lot of work here.
That actually does make a lot of sense, Joel. So would you say your objective morality is superior to anyone else's objective morality?
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like the caller's kind of cutting to the chase in a way that when it comes down to it, it's just who cares. But you got to also press him internally on his view there. He just gave you so much to work with. He gave you all of the rope.
Probably would think that, yeah.
Is that statement subjective?
I don't know that mine is better than everyone's. I'm not saying that. Is that what was your question? Is it better than someone else's?
No problem, Joel. No, sorry. Just to clarify, I'm asking, is your subjective morality better than someone else's subjective morality?
Yeah, I think it would be, yeah. Sometimes.
And what would that be measured by? Would that be measured by subjective?
Be measured by how you felt, Joel, that day.
You like my hot
metrics.
take.
Right. So then in that scenario, doesn't that kind of completely defeat your ideal behind arguing? Because you're arguing against Christians from what seems to be mainly focusing on the ethical implications of the God of the Bible, particularly in the Old Testament.
You could come on.
But
you could come on here.
That's just arbitrary. You know what I mean?
No, not really. You could come on here. Well, maybe. I don't know if it's arbitrary. But you could come on here and you could go, Joel, you think it's bad to light women on fire who sleep around, but check this out. And next thing you know, you're spinning an incredible argument that just changes my mind. And I go, you know what?
Why would you need an argument, dude? That's the whole point, dude. Why would you need an argument? Do you think the people who are exacting God's judgment in the Old Testament it was based on a debate?
Your morality is better than my morality, because ultimately my goal of human thriving is actually supported by setting women on fire in Bible times because they slept around, right? So you could appeal to my sense of morality and my goal, or you might even just like blow up my whole goal. And I might be like, my goal was way wrong. What I really should do is try to please the God character, and he.
Unbelievable. Yes, Suzanne, that's the right answer to most of these problems, is to send over the donations to the war chest for sure. Thank you, Suzanne, for making sure everyone knows what that means. Yeah, of course. Of course. This guy's a weasel, man. And that's why, honestly, that's probably why he has these call-ins with these, like, supporting people. Now, it's probably more fun, obviously, to do it with people, but he's got this other Rezo guy. He's got Ian, the worst person, allegedly Ian, the most boring. Hey, atheist, if you want to destroy your channel, if you want to destroy it and make sure people don't watch you, have allegedly Ian on. That's what you should do. I commend you for even having to listen to this guy. Have a blessed day. Yeah, I'm trying to get through it. I'm not going to do the whole thing. There's just a section where he kind of just ends it. He ends his own position. Watch.
He likes women being burned on alive sometimes. So that's sometimes fine for me too. Like, those are conversations we have. The thing is, Nathaniel, is that, like, that's the way it goes. Like, you can be like, Joel, it's all subjective. So is yours. You're just subjectively wanting to do.
He should read the Talmud. They never do, right? Obviously, there's restrictions. You can't do that.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
You get to ask those questions.
Wait, you can't stop all suffering? What about those that can't have their problem solved? Are they screwed? Should we eliminate them? Yeah. Well, that's what I started out with, Ty. It's like, hey, if you guys want to really put this guy in his place and make him kick you, I'll send an army of Jortlandians with the same argument. Joel, according to your model, is the same as the vegan model, which is, okay, well, the way to eliminate suffering is to eliminate people. That just follows, man. That's the end goal, right? Elimination. You can't argue against it. You can't possibly say that eliminating all sentient life that could experience what you call suffering or harm, you couldn't possibly say that eliminating them wouldn't drastically, indefinitely reduce all the harm that could ever exist. You couldn't, right? And then he bites the bullet. Then he'll just go, no, but that's absurd. I mean, within reason, he'll say, no, that's your reason, bro. Then you move over to the Andrew Wilson approach with that one example, because yes, I think it might be even 10%. I think it might be even worse for them. Let's just be liberal. Like, if it was 10% of women in their experience of being aggressed by a man, if there was 10% that experienced sexual arousal or even an orgasm, this guy would be in top shelf trouble when you call in with that stat. Big time.
What the God wants.
Yeah, I'm okay to state that. It's just,
all right. So we're both on the same level. I'm just doing it better.
I wasn't anticipating. I mean, I can justify it epistemically, but before I justify it epistemically,
it's not even wrong with it. It's necessary, like you said. It's like suffering. By the way, suffering isn't identical to harm either. If you have two people who are strung up and bound in ropes and slightly held above a fire, right, in Papua New Guinea, one could experience suffering and one could be totally liberated spiritually. completely. Same circumstances, same pain receptors, same everything. Everything's the same. One could logically, metaphysically, and actually, it's possible for one to not experience suffering and the other is. We're both not.
I was just trying to get, I was surprised you were even going to go down that route, honestly. I thought you were going to go a different way, because typically if you immediately say everything's subjective in the sense of our morality and our frame of our morality, then that kind of defeats debate and argumentation altogether, because debate, you're presenting two opposing views.
No, it's right. What he just said is right. Listen again. Listen to what Nathaniel says.
He say everything's subjective. Yeah, I'm okay to state that. It's just
all right. So we're both on the same level. I'm just doing it better.
I wasn't anticipating. I mean, I can justify it epistemically, but before I justified epistemically, I was just trying to get. I was surprised.
Joel says I'm doing it better. By what criterion? Yours. We can define better as whoever uses force. We can say that. That's better.
Surprised you were even going to go down that route. Honestly, I thought you were going to go a different way, because typically, if you immediately say everything's subjective in the sense of our morality and our frame of our morality, then that kind of defeats debate and argumentation altogether, because debate...
Yeah, why argue? Joel's like, beep, boop, calculating, broken secular materialist worldview trying to calculate, beep, boop, 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 beep, beep, bop.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
It is wrong. Just saying it's wrong with a freaking pretentious smirk. Oh, he's got a punchable head.
Okay, explain.
Like, the reason why we have these conversations
is why? Why, Joel? They're so pretentious, man. JB, if I call into Justin DZ, do you care if I call him out for not debating his own prompt? Yeah, you should. You should just ask him, why don't you debate your own prompt in like a formalized setting? He just won't do it. He'll just lisp at you. Flippery fucking F. Nitty says a reflex in her nervous system isn't evidence of enjoyment. Harm is about... Well, no. If you experience... You guys can't separate that, Nitty. Because your own evaluation for a reflex is also a reflex. You don't have this. Dude, we already established this, Nitty. Your worldview doesn't have a knower that's judging the experience. So you're trying to say, well, no, let's separate this out. There is a person, a being, who is experiencing this horrific thing that should be horrific in every way, but they're experiencing that it's not horrific in every way, that there's some sort of malfunction, another thing you don't believe in, that renders the woman experiencing an intoxicating orgasm from some form of aggression or rape, right? You couldn't deny that what the experience of an orgasm was, right? Now you have to separate enjoyment from reactivity as stimuli, right? This is why we have you. This is why we have you in a corner. You can't separate that without splitting the knower, the person, from the event and judging it. But you guys can't do that, Nitty. As I've established endless times, that the thing you call a knower that's judging, right? The knower that's judging, that's also a reaction to stimuli. That's just a perpetual state of affairs unfolding physically, right? No different than the orgasm or the event itself, okay? You guys keep granting yourself things you don't have, Nitty. Why do you keep doing that, dude? Why do you keep granting yourselves things that you have no justification for? Like the self, like the knower, like the thing that's observing. You don't have it, dude.
Is to come to an understanding. There are interests that we have and values that we have and goals that we set, and we want to support those things because we think they're important. And you're saying that they're all of a sudden not important because there's not a God on high saying...
No, he's saying that according to your model, what's important is irrelevant. Totally arbitrary. Totally subjective. It doesn't matter what you say is important. You think arguing is important. That's a better way to do things than just pure force, right? These people.
saying that they're important.
No.
That seems
I'm not
pretty
saying that they're
stupid.
No, I'm not saying that they're not important at all.
Okay,
Please forgive me
that's
if
all
I
I'm
really
saying.
sound
So
like that.
I think it's important.
I'm saying they're subjective, meaning that you
Yeah.
can arbitrarily decide your morality, and then Shiny Mustache Man can arbitrarily decide his morality, and neither
You're
of
saying
you are
arbitrarily,
necessarily
like as
wrong.
if we just like winging it. But
No.
It doesn't. Yeah, you are winging it. I mean, it is arbitrary. There's not really an ultimate. You could just change what your standard is. That's the thing. He's like, you're saying arbitrary like we're just winging it, but we do have an arbitrary standard that we're drawing from. Yeah, that standard's arbitrary. If you set up a standard and you come to a conclusion, you could say the conclusion isn't arbitrary. It's based on the standard. No, one step back, buddy. The standard itself. It's just your own whim. Like, you could change it tomorrow, dude.
No, I'm forgetting
It's literally winging it. You can change it tomorrow.
me subjectively, not arbitrarily.
Yeah, we're all subjectively
Is
doing
this
it. We're setting the
discourse-
goal.
Yeah, we are the subjects.
Yeah.
We're all
Right.
subjects. We're all talking to each other, and as subjects, we're growing together. That's why discourse is important.
We're growing together. These people, again, just like Nitty's problem, these people grant themselves all of these things they should deny because they're not empirically verified. Like we. Now, I'm trying to pull it back to the clip I started with in the stream, which was Jordan Peterson saying, well, the whole scientific endeavor falls apart because, it's all based on these assumptions that aren't empirically verified. It's not just science that has this problem. It's all of these conversations as well. A debate, engaging with another human being as if they have a mind that's independent of just a reactive, massive biological machine that's just in motion, doing its chemical reactions, right? What's wild about these people, right? These people bite the bullet and say, yeah, all of our reactions and all of our statements and all of our thoughts and beliefs, they're all just determined. They're just reactions. And yet they run these panels as if they're debating, as if like they're doing this thing. Oh, we all work together and we talk and debate about stuff. No, that's not even happening under your view, guys.
Important through rationality and stuff. It's not just like, mine's going to be burn women and yours isn't. Like,
Islam is the truth. That's hilarious. So far from the truth.
arbitrary. Like,
if Islam was the truth, it would be true without Christianity. But Islam requires Christianity. So you got a problem here.
rolling
Right.
dice for morals.
I understand what you're trying to do, but you're wrong.
You're kind of conceding the fact that you basically let's say we argue
Nathaniel,
until we're both
can I
blue in the
just
face,
like
it doesn't matter
can I
who's
just
right,
like
'cause it's
quickly
objective
1
either
second.
way.
I just want to pull the pin out of this thing that you're doing.
That's right.
As if you've never have you never spoken to like an atheist or an
Yes.
unbeliever before?
Yeah, chemicals. Imagine chemicals. Imagine holding the view that you were purely chemicals and that chemical reactions can't be right or wrong. But you fly on a plane. You fly to a debate and you get on a podium and you have a performance and you have the slideshow and you give a compelling argument and you raise your voice and you give a giggle and a chuckle and whatever else is involved, right? Click your heels once. And your entire argument is that you are a chemical reaction and everything you believe is a chemical reaction, and your opponent is wrong. You guys should be locked up.
Fortunately, a large majority of my family.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
It should be considered a mental illness to hold a position that you're just a chemical reaction. That should be a mental illness.
They've never said that it's subjective. They've always said that it's
You-
based off
you-
of some
okay,
sort of
you-
metric that they can measure, like sense data.
you're an Eastern Orthodox Phil bro who only talks to his family and has never spoken to another non-believer or atheist who told you that morals are subjective and committed to that. You're lying.
No way.
Okay.
And by the way,
Like,
Nathan,
give me a
it's very
break.
Clear.
I've never
They're
heard
for
this.
sure-
I've never heard this. Like, fucking grow
I'm a
up.
little surprised.
You know the word
I'm a little
for it.
surprised just because it like obliterates the argumentation itself. Like you can't.
No,
debate
it doesn't.
unless you
No,
have
it doesn't.
An idea
No, it
that is
doesn't.
superior than the other idea.
Nathaniel, this is what has to happen, okay?
So why are you debating?
These are such
Joel?
dumb jokes. This is what has to. This is all we have. So
Listen to this part. Listen to this part. Now, you guys tell me, so I don't give you the cheat answer. Listen to what this deserves slow motion. This deserves slow motion. This is about the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. He says, since the beginning of time, the dawn of time, he says. Ready? Listen to this. Listen to this.
Since the dawn of humanity, this is literally all we have. If you can prove that we have something else, that we don't just have discourse that's going to get us to reach whatever goals we individually and collectively have set, if there's something else, please show me, Nathaniel.
Cut to montage of every war, battle, local, global, national, tribal, every single organized society that has some type of militia or has a police state or has law and order, every single society that has a cage that to put a human being in, every society that has a fence or a border. This guy, dude. Matthew, thank you so much. Matthew, 10 gifted memberships. I hate hearing this clown say my name so many times. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You guys hear what this guy's saying? Now, it's again, no offense to our friend here, right? Who's calling in, but this is another example. If you call into these guys, you have to listen to what they're saying. Sometimes what they're saying isn't what you want them to say because you have a logical tree that you want to unfold and show some brokenness, right? But I can't tell you enough times. Listen to the words coming out of their mouth. First of all, discourse is purposeless chemical reactions. Second of all, since the dawn of time, it was not discourse, bro. Discourse is actually modern according to your conception of humankind. A novelty, even. No, not trial and error. Force. Listen again to what this dope just said. I can't believe no one caught him on this.
Dawn of humanity. This
since
itself, like you can't.
No, it's moron.
Doesn't.
No, and he said it so confidently. He said it so confidently.
Doesn't.
An idea
no, it
that
doesn't.
Is superior than the other idea.
Nathaniel, this is what has to happen. Okay.
So why are you?
These are such dumb jokes. This is what has to. This is all we have.
This is all we have.
So since the dawn of humanity, this is literally all we have.
Since the dawn of humanity, what we literally have is people debating. That's it?
If you can prove that we have something else, that we don't just have discourse that's going to get us to reach whatever goals we individually and collectively have set, if there's something else, please show me, Nathaniel.
Yeah, it's called a gun. You dork. I'll show you. It's called a gun. You don't have one because you think when a robber comes in, you're going to debate him. You think when Islam takes over Canada, if Hinduism doesn't first, you think you're going to debate the Muslims. Literally all we have. Unbelievable, man. So stupid and naive.
But until we have that something else, that's what we do. That's what we do. That's how we do it.
No, that's actually not true. Now, I put this in a comment. Let's see if anybody acknowledged the comment at all. Nope. I wrote it right here. If there's something else other than discourse that's going to help us reach our individual or collective goals, please show me what it is, Nathaniel. Yeah, it's called force. Dude.
Like you and I have different opinions on things, so there 100% is like demonstratable.
Now this is a big L for the caller, because he just gave you a huge floating softball. Huge. I mean, what a misstep here for Atheist Blippi. What a misstep here. How can someone who believes humans evolved to have languages believe discourse is all we had? There's so much wrong with what he just said. Now, this is a problem. This is why when you call into these things, you might be attached to running your line. I've done it many times where I missed an opportunity because I wasn't working on what I was given by the opponent, and instead I was working toward my own end path, right? But he just, like, that alone would have been such a massive L for someone who was ready for that statement. I cannot even believe that came out of his mouth, honestly. And what's really frustrating is that the debates about whose moral foundation is better, the reason you argue it is because it leads to force. That's why you argue it. Why do we do this? Why do we do what we're doing? Why is there a State of the Union? Why are there people yelling? Why are there people debating about the policies, right? What's a policy? Joel? What's a policy? A policy is an act of force. That's what it is. That's what a policy is. No wonder these people, I mean, they're just getting taken over. They're in their own imaginary world where they believe that another aggressive culture, Islam, isn't actually going to take over their country. They really believe that, oh, no, they'll react to my arguments. They'll get it. No, we just have to talk it out. We're just have to talk. We live in a Montessori society, right? It's unbelievable. And it's almost like they deserve it, honestly. Like, I hate to say it that way, but like Joel, he deserves his country. He deserves it to be taken over by Islam. He deserves it. Every time Joel opens his mouth, I'm tempted to show him what we had. Yeah, seriously. Show him what we had. It's wild, dude. See if there's any more here.
Well, the subject
before allegedly Ian gets on and just kills everything with just drivel.
Objective morality does exist. You're saying in addition to that, there's also an objective morality. One that some of us are guessing right and some of us are guessing wrong.
Who needs morality, dude, at all? This is why you got to skip all this nonsense with these people. Skip it all. Say, I don't even have a morality. I don't even have a moral back. I just have a knife and a gun and a machete and a group of people who agree and like to take over towns by force. Why are you guys talking about morality and truth? Who cares? Who cares? Who the hell cares? $15.45. Yeah, let's see what he does here.
No, I'm not necessarily saying it's at his whim, although even if it was, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, no, if it's at his whim, then that would mean that, like,
no, I'm not
we don't know what morality is, just like a nonsense word. It
is a nonsense word. That's what exactly you get, man. Thank you for that catch, Kevin. It means nothing, Joel. It means nothing. It means you want something. Who cares? Who cares what you want? Well, then what's your morality? I don't even care. I have all the machine guns. I don't need to talk about these terms, morality. You have machine guns. And until these people understand that that's actually, according to their model, that's all there is. That's all there is. This is why it's so important. That's why the argument involving force doctrine is such a revealing angle, because the purpose isn't to say whoever uses force is morally right. That's not the purpose of the argument. The purpose of the argument is to reduce the opposition to equal playing, which is force is really what we're talking about, isn't it? Okay. Well, if force is all we're talking about, from your model, why would it be wrong for Muslims or Christians or anyone else to adopt the pure force view? How could it be possibly wrong? They can't say it is. They just say, well, unfortunately, we live in a time where my preferences are outdated or whatever. Their morality is weaponized empathy. Yeah. The morality is just like, well, we have to understand the other people better. Thank you, Suzanne. We just have to understand the Muslims better, and then they'll make way for our life.
Means whatever God wants now.
And it changes all
because,
the time.
again,
And it can change any time or something, right?
Yeah, he's confusing God wants, which is a temporal thing. God wants. You could say in a distant notional way, God has a want or a desire. But when we talk about morality from a Christian perspective, morality isn't based on a secondary thing that God wants. God's nature, it's his nature. It's not a want. It's his nature. A want is after. A want is secondary. A want is this like subsequent phenomena. Is it sorry? Sorry. I mean, these people are just... I don't know how influential these people are, though. Like, sometimes I give them way more credit or attention than they need. I mean, there's just they're all such nonsense machines. It's actually good for us. Here's another one, right? You guys remember this chick. She's actually good for Christianity because Brittany Hartley, this chick who's arguing for spiritual atheism, meaningful nihilism, she's getting a lot of, public, when I say public, I mean in these lower spheres of atheism, Myth Vision and these guys. She's running the circuit. She's on the circuit, right? And it's actually good for us because it's showing the absurdity of what atheists will welcome, so long as you don't say the word Christian or God. If someone comes in with the same borrowed metaphysics, borrowed distinctions like you have a soul and a mind and a spirit and there's spiritualism and it's really good and blah, 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 they welcome it. And it shows how inconsistent they are with their own epistemology. They just welcome these people, Some blonde chick comes up on the screen. It's like, guys, I have this new thing called secular spirituality. And they're all like, welcome. It's great to have you. As long as you left Christianity. I came late to the stream, but I think what you're getting at is what I'm seeing is this guy's prompt is begging you to give him an internal critique. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess, like someone else said before. If you have a prompt that says, why not try atheism? According to his own model, there's no reason to try it or not try it. Why not? Not. He doesn't have an answer for that. There's no better perspective in his model. Your advice to listen to your opponent's words is like a courtroom stenographer. Helped me tremendously to catch softballs. Yes, absolutely, dude. It's our own mistake when we go, well, I don't want to tackle that right now. Right? I don't want to tackle it. I got to get to my guillotine. I want my guillotine. It's like, no, they give you all of it. This is so stupid. And watch, Derek is going to be such a soft little puss with this chick. I guarantee it, man. He's going to be so accommodating. So accommodating. No, he actually said no to a debate. Said no. He said he already debated me. That's what he said, of course. Of course. Boomer tard. Oh, boomer. Oh, sorry, your fake welcome wasn't heard, Derek. Oh, man. The reason to try atheism is atheism the rational position? No, that's what's in question. Why pursue a rational position, Dustin? You guys don't think. Atheism can't justify what's rational. And you're like, it's the rational position. Further, even if rationality was established, what it is, what's its ontology is, you don't have a reason to be rational, dude.
Oh, snap.
Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Why would it mute me as soon as I'm telling you the demons and devils are trying to stop us?
Yeah, it's just the devil trying to stop us because this podcast is going to be so amazing. That was such a sweet intro. I feel like like before a basketball game, you got to play like I grew up in the '90s. You got to.
So boring already. I try. Okay, let's make it faster. All this small talk. It's horrifying.
Play Tootsie Roll. And like that intro is fantastic. And like, I'm so pumped up now for the conversation.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I've had it for years. It's one of my older intros and you are
But if you want to be rational, then atheism is what you want. No, that's completely circular. Atheism can't justify what's rational, dude. Do you understand the problem, Dustin? What's rational from your perspective doesn't exist. You can't get rationality from molecules. Oh, but it's rational. You don't have access to rational because rationality is not an aboutness that's possible from pure mechanical reactions. You can't have some chemical reaction is more rational than another. They're both equally rational. They just occur. They unfold. You have no way to judge how a set of molecules is more rational than another set of molecules, you dum-dum.
Brittany Hartley is what I was saying when I couldn't speak at the moment. Welcome to Myth Vision for your first time.
Religion can't either. It's just a claim theists make. Religion can't what? Can't make complete sentences like you? You can't defend you don't have a position. You're not a you from your view. There's no you. There's just a mechanical device that's biological, unfolding from chemical reactions, okay? You can't defend your position because you don't have a position. There's no you. There's no you defending any position. You can't say, my position is a set of chemical reactions. I can defend that. That would just be more chemical reactions, dude.
Yeah, so glad to be here.
Shame.
Again, in advance,
Shame.
ladies and gentlemen, if we have technical difficulties, we are live, and sometimes the YouTube daemonies do not want us to say what we want to say. Brittany has quite an interesting story. I know that because I've done a little peeking behind the curtain, so to speak, and have seen some of her work. First thing I want to do before we begin on your story, Brittany, if it's possible, is just to plug you.
Derek is just a ShamWow guy. Just a ShamWower.
I want to grow your presence on YouTube, and
why? Why, Derek? Why? Thank you, former. Thank you so much for that. I'm trying to explain complex ideas to a beast. I know. It's like talking to animals at the zoo.
You have 69.5K subscribers. You should be past 100K by now. You come with
why?
So much insight. So much.
Oh my gosh, so much insight. Oh my gosh. Ugh. This is great for us. I love this. Thank you so much for that. I love this. I love when people like Derek, who have some sort of like footing in the the market share of atheism, online atheism, and they bring this chick in and say, oh, you have so much insight. So much insight. Let's look into it. Nihilism, meaningless. I love your take on this weird tension between holding a completely nihilistic, meaningless perspective, but also being like, no, that's not true. I love it. I love what you're doing.
I cannot begin to put into words what you bring to the table in terms of this discussion and what we're going to be.
He just blows smoke. Yeah, he's a nonsense machine. He should have been in sales, pure sales. Like getting into this world, like he should have just got into real estate. Like, honestly, Derek, you should just be a realtor. Yeah, halfway, don't fail again, y'all. She's an ex-Mormon? I think so.
Sharing today. I hope people will subscribe to your YouTube channel. Do you have plans to do some big stuff eventually, maybe here?
Yeah,
So religious people don't rely on a chemical reaction to pick their preferred religion? No, what's in question is the people themselves, under your view, are chemical reactions. Do you understand, Eddie? People assumes person. If from your, well, I don't know your view, but if the materialist view, ultimately the atheist view leads to this. People, what you call people, they're just nominal bundles of determined reactions, right? Biological status, like that's all they are. It's an it, not a who. So the idea that anyone's picking anything is not possible from that view. So you just wrote something that's actually not possible from the atheist view, that there's a choice, that people pick things, that there's a person who evaluates and chooses their direction in life, that they're culpable, that they're responsible for their choices and actions. No, you don't have this. There's no picking. That's like saying one chemical that responds to another chemical and produces an outcome. There was a choice in the matter. There wasn't a choice to begin with. They just fundamentally don't understand the crap they're in. No offense to that guy. They're just like, yeah, no, the entailment is I'm just a biological object unfolding and there's no real meaning or aboutness to me. But also, let me just grant that I do have that real quick. Just to don't be a freeloader. Yeah, chip in, y'all. Thank you. Little Jort Tax. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate y'all.
I start
Keep it the best
TikTok,
channel on YouTube.
And so I have a pretty big presence on TikTok and just started in the past year. I don't even think I'm a year old trying to do YouTube and do some longer content. So I'm still figuring
By the way, this format is horrific.
it out, but
Derek, this format, this vertical, it's terrible, dude.
I hope people find things that are helpful in there and would love to have a channel someday that is really as successful as you're doing and all the conversations that you're having that are just so important.
I think you will, and I don't think, as we spoke before, I know you have it, and
I wish I was
it is
wrong.
special. You also have a website, no-nonsense-spirituality.com, deconstructing landing page here. It looks like. Is this different from your course page?
So yeah, I have a lot of courses, and I made the courses because I have too many clients to see as a spiritual director, and we'll talk about what that means and go into that.
She's such a grifting little hoe. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I have loads of clients, that are nihilists and want to be coached in nihilism, that their own life is meaningless. I'm coaching them about that. I have just a backlog of clients. I'm coaching them into just how to navigate a world that's meaningless, including them hiring me is meaningless, and just how to get them to understand. And I'm a director. I'm a spiritual director. Hey, Derek, you're supposed to be pushing against this stuff, you creep. Oh, amazing. This is amazing. I love that you're doing this, even though everything in my entire identity online says to push against supernatural, nonsensical, non-empirically verified nonsense. And then also, to top it off, dude, taking advantage of people who leave religion and they're confused and nihilistic, and they get to hire this chick as a spiritual coach. Derek's like, no, I think you're cute. Yeah, I'm a simp. No consistency, man.
That, but I have too long of a waiting list of people who want to work one-on-one with me than I can see. And so a lot of the themes that I talk about over and over, which includes nihilism, feminine spirit, paths of feminine spirituality, secular spirituality, and religious deconstruction, are kind of the 4 areas that I work with the most. And so I created some courses of things that I often do with my clients for
this is pseudo psychotherapy. This is like pseudo-therapy. And also it's the same model of the, pastor, the modern pastor with the big church who takes advantage of the people there by selling them some sort of technology application, right? They're selling spiritual advisement too. You pay for it. That's always their critique. And yet Derek completely ignores it all. Oh, to me, it almost sounds like you left Christianity, and there's a lot of people who leave their form of Christianity and they're lost, and you're reformatting what they're leaving and doing the same bullshit by attempting to be some sort of guru. You're supposed to push back against this stuff, Derek, you mimbo. Eddie says, if not chemicals, then what's the motivation for being religious? Dude, there's no... Look, to say something's motivated is to say there's a person who's motivated. Is there any motivation for a chemical reaction at all? Look, you don't understand where you're at. Look, let me make it simple, Eddie. Do you agree with premise 1 that states of affairs, matter in motion, it's not true or false, none of it? It's just unfolding. It's just unfolding. Matter in motion. Just unfolding. It's not truth. It's not true or false. There's not a true chemical reaction. There's no true blades of grass and false ones. They just are. Nominally what they are. They just are. Well, if that's true and your view is that motivation or being religious or thinking this way or that way is also in the same category as the blade of grass, it's just nominally itself. It's just determined. There's no true or false to your evaluation. There's no true or false to any proposition. It's just unfolding. You don't understand. The thing you're defending, Eddie, you're new here, so I'm trying to be easy on you. What you're defending is indefensible because you're talking as if we can communicate with each other absent determined reactions. That somehow outside of just strict determined reactions, we're doing something here. You have to abandon your own view to adopt a religious view, by the way, that you're a person, a being with a mind that's independent of other minds, that you can evaluate things independent of the reactions that are happening inside of your body and outside of your body. That's a religious view. So you're like, oh, by your standard, everyone's religious in your own way because they're holding to a view that they shouldn't, which is that there's a them. There's just a them. It's not even a person. It's not a being. It's just it. It's an it unfolding.
Well, that I'm not able to work with one-on-one.
Awesome. All the links are in the description. If you find it helpful, go check her out. And then you have a book, No Nonsense Spirituality, all the tools, no belief required.
No belief required, except for the belief that tools exist and that they help you. These people are they're despicable, honestly. I'd like to hold they're just they're unwell. They're misled. They're despicable. Both of these people. Both of you people. Brittany Hartley, you're despicable. You're a despicable creature. So are you, Derek.
And my goodness, you caught my attention with that because I
also want to make a lot of money, and I've been figuring it out, and I don't know how to actually do it without being a schemy ShamWow salesman. Yeah, I teach and guide others into eternally damning themselves. Lord of mercy, it's sickening. Yeah, they're sick. She's such a... Look at her. Look at her. She's just totally taking advantage of people, and under her view, she's piety signaling, saying, oh, no, there's a lot of lost people who believe in things that they shouldn't. And I'm going to tailor my own business model to affirming the thing they should deny, which is spirituality, that there's a spirit. What is spirituality, Derek? What's spirituality? That's something you should deny under your own epistemic system, okay? And you're not. You're having this chick on selling herself as a spiritual guru coach, the kind of things that you guys have habitually moved against, even if it wasn't Christian. You go, no, this is nonsense. Don't sell this nonsense to people. You're misleading them. It's not true. And he's like, oh, you're cute.
So,
Sick
have gone
people.
through quite a bit of struggles with addiction in my life, and usually it goes the other way. An atheist, non-believing type who is angry with the world, finds Jesus, gets saved, and gets...
Here, I'll help with their title. All nonsense spirituality, extreme beliefs required. Exactly. Totally massive extreme beliefs, like spirit. No beliefs required. Spirituality. This is why I get so flustered with these mimbos like Derek. They just don't even question anything. Oh, no nonsense spirituality. All of the cool stuff without the beliefs. Do you believe spirituality is a thing? No, I don't believe that. Excuse me.
Clean. My story is backwards, but that's a whole nother story. Today is your story. And so I would like to know who Brittany is, where she's from, who her parents were, how devout were you? Did you really, really, really believe? And then we go through your life and unravel that story many people relate to. Without further ado, Brittany, let me shut up and just hand it to you.
Let me just shut
All
up.
right. Yeah.
What a gosh, he's it's so bad, but it's so good because it's like, this is like what they have. Like you look at the state of like online quote atheism, and thank you God for making our opponents just so weak in their positions. So weak, so inconsistent. It's all just sand. Just pure sand. They just simp for, like, they don't have any caliber people that hold strictly to their views. And if they are, they exist, they're not popularized.
Yeah, I'll just kind of do as short a version of my story as I can, and then just open it up to where you want to go with that. But I can't really describe what I do without kind of starting at the beginning, which was that I was raised Mormon, so I was raised LDS, and I was a believer. I had a typical Mormon childhood. My home wasn't abusive in any way. It was a lovely childhood. And by the time I was about 13, I started asking some more serious questions.
You have no evidence for God? Yeah, but the thing is, the question is whether all claims are evidential claims. You're question begging. Okay? So when you say you have no evidence for God, you're assuming that the affirmative that God exists is a material claim, and it's not. And if you said, well, I don't believe in anything immaterial, and I go, do you believe in truth? You have no evidence for truth. So when these types come in with this kind of counter, I'll teach you all something, right? And you don't need to do a one-on-one course with me. You know, I do appreciate a super chat, but I'm not going to do one-on-one guru coaching here. When someone says you have no evidence for God, you ask them, oh, you only believe in things with evidence, right? And they go, of course, I'm a rational atheist, right? Knowledge, non-evidential. Truth, non-evidential. Laws of logic, non-evidential. Information, not empirical. You can't hold information. Meaning, math, numbers, the past, your conception of the future, which you make choices based on a conception of the future, not empirically verified. Okay? Mind. You believe in a huge slew of things. This is why empiricism is dead in the water. Because you can't even try to affirm empiricism, evidentialism, without first assuming, you would know this if you just took a basic philosophy of science course, you can't come to empiricism without affirming a whole category of things that aren't empirically verified. Body bagged.
Questions of my faith and found that there were not good answers to my questions. So by the time I was 14, I was deconstructing Mormonism, which led to me getting kicked out of my home when I was 15 years old. I think by then I was 16 years old. And then was really in quite a lot of chaos in what I want to do with my life now that I've been removed from my home. That was quite traumatic for me. And I had this thought, which was, looking back, is like a thought only a teenager could have, because it's so egotistical and hubristic. But it's like, oh, I just probably have the wrong religion, and I seem to have fucked up my life pretty good here. So I just need to figure out what's true. And once I figure out what's true, I'll know how to pattern my life accordingly. I'll just figure it out. Nobody else has figured it out. I'll figure it out. And so by the time I was 17 years old, I would be what you would call now like a nuanced Christian. Like there's something deeper to Christianity than the childlike version that I was given, or the Mormon version that I was given when I was Mormon. So I was reading C.S. Lewis and apologetics, and I went into history and philosophy. I eventually went into theology school, and I really very much cared about these questions of what is, and what is the right way to live a life, and what is right and wrong, and what is God, and what is reality. And I just thought about these questions every minute of every day. And I really went to theology school not because I was an atheist trying to prove God wrong. I went to theology school to get closer to God, to understand the scriptures more. I was in Christian marriage. I was teaching seminary, and
you were teaching seminary? That's hilarious. My recent ex was an ex-Mormon, JB. She was completely lost as an atheist. Whenever I challenged her on most simple ideas she held, I love her, but man, never again dating an atheist. It's rough. It's rough. They're also just habitually, whether it's a man or a woman, they're habitually in a state of rebellion, right? They're just constantly rebelling.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Literally just talking about rebellion. In a state of perpetual rebellion. Right? They know better. They can do it themselves. They want to write their own Eat, Pray, Love. They want to go to Tuscany. Right? They want to fully realize themselves. And the man and woman both suffers from this. Getting her kicked out of her home was a naturalistic response from her parents. They were evolved to kick anyone out that didn't. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was selected for. I do sympathize with how she was wrecked by Mormonism, but she lost me at theology school. Yeah, she doesn't really leave. They never really leave. She's teaching seminary. I mean, okay. Obviously, there's a bigger problem here, but go on.
Teaching this to teenagers as my job. And eventually, I deconstructed Mormonism. I started to deconstruct Christianity and some of the, especially historical claims around Christianity. I started to get more nuanced. And then I started to really deconstruct.
This guy, Derek, like I see right through this guy. He's trying to build something. He's trying to build a monetary empire. He's trying to figure this out. He's trying to be a big mover and shaker. That's what he's doing. He's like, whatever I have to do. I'll do whatever. Honestly, this chick, Brittany, is probably doing better than he is. She has these lined up lost schmoes who just want a 30-minute chat with her. He's like, I'm impressed. Like everything about Derek reeks of like those videos, like how to scale your business, how to do this, like everything about him. And there's not even anything wrong with that, but he's just misplaced his archetype, right? He's like a misplaced archetype. Like it makes sense in those fields where they're like, oh, here's how you grow your business. Here's how you get monetized. Here's how you get a, triple your income, in 3 months, this kind of thing. Like, he makes sense in that field. He doesn't make sense in this field. Like, it doesn't work. Just do the thing. Just go full in where you're supposed to be located, dude. This whole, I'm going to get to the truth of the matter and discover the falsities of Christianity and other myths. You don't care, dude. You just want the video thing in the back. You want to win. You want to win. You want to relive your youth as an athlete. I hear you yapping, Jimba, but until you bring Christological out of retirement, covertly invade her live courses. Oh, dude. Duh. I'll do it. I'll do it, man. I've been known to do that. Remember that? Remember Christological talked to that chick who believes trees have souls and like... Yeah, no, I'm gonna check out the prices, you guys. That's for sure. I'm gonna definitely check out the prices. You kidding me? I'd be missing out. Just confirmation bias from Derek. He asked everyone to tell their soppy deconstruction story just to validate himself. He knows deep down. He might know God exists, but it's like, in the end, he's just inconsistent, man. Secular spirituality. Ugh, unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. Another tenor for Mud. 2 days ago, my best friend went to an LDS temple to bid a floor refinishing job. He said the people in the, quote, private back area looked like captives. It was more unsettling. There is some strange stuff that goes on there. They have a lot of Freemasonry rituals still in place. Derek texting her after the show. Wow, that was such a... Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. That was so good. I was so good. So great. So awesome.
Even the concept of God. And by the time it was time to write my dissertation in theology school, I had to admit to myself that I had lost my faith in God. And, people can sometimes see some of my more spicy videos on social media and just assume that I never had faith or I never...
Science is what advances society? Really? How does science tell you what advancement is, buddy? How does science tell you what advancement? Advance toward what? Toward what? You little slimy snake.
Wanted to know God, and I'm just like a, smart ass atheist. But like, I was all in and I wanted it to be true. And me losing my faith at the time was very destructive to my life. I lost my job. I was losing my marriage. I didn't know how the hell to raise kids. I didn't know what was up and what was
you're a mom?
Down. I in no way wanted to lose my faith at the time. And it's very difficult for me. And so for a couple of years there, like some people, when they leave religion, they just like find just so much freedom.
Through observation? Where did you observe where to advance to? Through observation. How does science tell you where to advance to? What's advancement? What's advanced? Advanced toward what, dude?
And joy, and they're just off running and like they just have unicorns and rainbows for the rest of their life. I know some people who just really instantly do well outside of religion once they leave it. And I'm not taking anything away from that experience. That just was not my experience. For me, it was a struggle. Like the death of God was a struggle for me.
How do you know it's advancement? You look at the advancement stuff.
You were mourning that.
Yeah, I was deeply mourning that because with God, it's also like you have to confront death and the loss of objective morality and the loss of objective truth and the loss of some identity and there was just so many losses, the loss of my community, the loss of my marriage at the time. Like I really did in that death of God kind of lose everything. And so for me, it's very painful. It led to a couple years of really deep existential crisis and nihilism. And for me, that included suicidality. Like it was a pretty dark time for me.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that? What do you mean a dark time? Where are you getting all of these distinctions? What are you talking about? What could possibly be wrong with that? Are you banned? No. Advancements toward better products and methods for producing products. Are you trolling? Because that's hilarious. That's actually, if I were to write a script that was like a sketch about the secular materialist who was, we were like, what's better? And you're like, advancement toward better products and methods of producing products and products and products and consuming products. You know what they got really good at, Mr. Friendly? They got really good at making babies, fake babies that you can have sex with, and you sell them on the internet. They're really good at making realistic babies. Advancement.
And the hardest thought at the time, and I just try to say this not to bring people down, but like I just want to be honest about it. My darkest thought at the time is that if we are just kind of evolutionary meat suits, and you have to kill conscious life, even as a vegan, you're killing conscious life in some way in order to live. And we don't have free will. I'm essentially trapped in this robot, in this meat suit, this violent kind of, body. And I didn't consent to be here. And maybe the most moral thing to do would be to withdraw my consent to living in a universe like this with this level of suffering.
No, Brittany. There's no consent under the view. You notice they're like, they don't take their nihilism and materialism far enough. And I don't know what it is. There's something maybe just in us, maybe the image bearer status that we all hold, makes it harder to theoretically confront the reality that if you're just a skin suit, Brittany, listen to what she said. If you're just a skin suit, watch.
And you have to kill conscious life, even as a vegan, you're killing conscious life in some way.
No. Under strict materiality, this view, Brittany, there is no you. This is the step they never quite take. Look at that freeze frame. He's like, man, I want a Tesla. There is no you. There's no you. So then she comes to this process, the daunting reality, epistemic nihilism, meaningful nihilism, right? There's nothing true or meaningful or good or bad or anything. But yet she still holds on to one thing throughout all of that. One basic assumption that she just fails to admit. I evolved because of monkey value and my mind doesn't exist. Still a monkey, right? Listen what she grants herself.
Way in order to live.
They almost humed themselves.
And we don't have free will. I'm essentially trapped in this robot, in this meat suit, this violent kind of, body. And I can consent to be here. And maybe the most moral thing to do would be to withdraw my consent to living in a universe like.
Withdraw your consent is a performative contradiction. They're just so broken-minded. Seriously, it's a spiritual issue. It's just like, Lord, forgive me, give me the patience to deal with this. But the contradictions are just abound. And I come to realize that there's no such thing as consent or free will, and I think the best thing to do is to give up my consent. What? Excuse me?
Like this with this level of suffering, and it was very difficult to wrestle with just the morality of being alive. Like I was reading some pretty dark nihilistic philosophers at the time. That
had an influence, and
really wrestling with the ethics of what it is to be alive in a universe that has this much violence and suffering just kind of baked into the system.
Oh my gosh! Oh goodness gracious! This is like Montessori school philosophy. People lose their faith due to dark times, but they go to the other faith-based systems that produce darker times. That's right. And they never escape the philosophy that creates dark times. And this is why she's in this funny spot, which, people like Derek should be pushing against, which is, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't just be like, I'm a nihilist and a materialist and we're all just chemical reactions. I didn't abandon that, but I just don't believe it. But I believe it. I'm going to borrow from the Christian paradigm things like spirit and will and goodness and flourishing and all these things, but they don't really exist under my view. I'm just going to borrow them and then sell it to these people, these poor people who are leaving broken evangelical systems or whatever. They go to Brittany Hartley. They go to Brittany Hartley. Oh. She's going to work it out for you. quote, men became scientific because they expected law in nature, and they expected law in nature because they believed in a higher lawgiver. C.S. Lewis, yes? That's why it's also pertinent to the Jordan Peterson clip. Keep in mind, this is all pertinent. How? Look, play it again.
I think I can demolish the atheistic argument permanently. With the death of God, many other things die, things you don't expect. And one of the things that dies when God dies is science, and no one expected that. Science as a practice is a religious practice. It's predicated on religious axioms. You have to believe that there's such a thing as truth.
That's not a scientific claim. Truth exists as a precondition for science. That's not a scientific distinction there. Truth. In fact, even the things that science renders as a method isn't true from their view. That's what's so funny about the people in the chat and people like Derek Mythvision and the rest of these goons is that they go, oh, I'm seeking truth. And you're like, your entire philosophy is based on just induction, not certainty, not absoluteness of anything, no direction, no teleology. It's not based in that. It's based on descriptive truths that could change with a set of new variables. That's it.
You have to believe that the truth is understandable. You have to believe...
No, that's not recent. It's not recent, no.
That understanding the truth is good. You have to believe that there is such a thing as good. Those aren't scientific claims. Those are metaphysical claims. The difference between believing in good and believing in God it's a very narrow difference.
That's right. It's a very narrow difference. And like I said at the beginning, the belief in truth and the belief in God have almost, there's no difference, especially from the atheist perspective. It's the same category, right? There's no justification from the atheist view to believe in a thing called truth. It doesn't even pass their justified true belief criterion. It doesn't even pass it.
And over time, I found a lot of tools for existential crisis and tools for meaninglessness, tools for facing death. We have 4 existential fears. I did a lot of work there. I got a lot of tools from philosophy and absurdism and existentialism, and even in religion and Buddhism and mysticism and Stoicism. And there's just a lot of tools for how people have dealt with existential crisis. And I really dove into that, and my life got better. And I got to create this job in this, one life that I have where you, I just have this one life. What do I want to do with it? And the thing that I most wanted to do is, how can I do spirituality, the good life, helping people through existential crisis?
Sometimes you just need the benzos. Sometimes you just need to drink cow blood.
Without pushing people to God, especially if they don't believe in.
She did all of the isms, yeah. No. I just rejected all of the religious ones, but I just adopted the non-religious religions.
God.
I'm just yapping.
How could I do this in a way that I could meet someone wherever they are?
I'm the director of the spiritual teaching of nihilism.
As far as beliefs in God, and be able to help in ways that religion is not being able to meet people. Because with religion, they'll give you tools for existential crisis, but you have to believe truth claims first. And so...
Yeah, that's the same for you, you bimbo. Did you just hear what she just said? Look at Derek. He's like, yeah, that's totally based. Oh, that's so... Listen to the idiocy that comes out of yapping out of these creatures. Listen to what she just said. Oh, people do, religion does give a structure and meaningful existence, and it offers a problem of existential crisis. But you have to believe truth claims first. Oh, really? Yours escapes that?
Do is, how can I do spirituality, the good life, helping people through existential crisis without pushing people to God, especially if they don't believe in God? How could I do this in a way that I could meet someone wherever they are, as far as beliefs in God, and be able to help in ways that religion is not being able to meet people? Because with religion, they'll give you tools for existential crisis, but you have to believe truth claims first. And so I...
Oh, you escaped this? How? Look at Derek. You're such a bimbo, dude. You're such a You're such a useless bimbo. Lord, forgive me. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy how you figured out a workaround. So let me get this straight, because I'm so into this. Like, I love what you're doing. I love you. I mean, I love what you're doing. So it's like when you have people sign up to do spiritual guru nonsense with them, they don't have to believe any truth claims, right? It's crazy, man. That is so cool. That is so cool that you're doing that. That's amazing. I don't know if there's any other grift out there that tells their own audience and clients that they don't have to believe in any truth claims before participating. Huh. You little bimbo.
I named my band Good Godfather based on the oldest uses of the words good and God in Proto-Germanic are the same word gut.
Thank you, Vagine. Massive contradiction, you consenting to remove your consent. Yeah, it's nonsensical. This guy doesn't know. Look at him. He's fried, dude. Look at how much blue is behind his books. Looks like he's in a deep freezer. Dude looks like he's selling an AI clip maker company.
I was able to create this job. I took a
You little dingbat. Thanks for trying Evo with immorality, my favorite. Thank you. Appreciate you.
risk, and I said I'm an atheist spiritual director. I really value so many tools.
I'm an atheist spiritual director. You have nothing to say to that, Derek? Let's hear it again.
Religion is not being able to meet people, because with religion, they'll give you tools for existential crisis, but you have to believe truth claims.
So you have to believe truth claims with religion, but with my model as an atheist spiritual director, you don't have to do that. Well, I'm sorry, lady. You gave yourself this ridiculous title, by the way. Did you make yourself a lanyard, by the way, and a card? I'd love to see your card. Atheist spiritual director. I don't know. Does that, assume a truth claim about spirituality? You freak.
First. And so I was able to.
I hate these people. I hate them.
Create this job. I took a risk, and I said I'm an atheist spiritual director. I
took a risk, and I just said it. I just put it out in the universe. I'm an atheist spiritual director. Woo! I'm a paralyzed contortionist. I'm a grounded airplane. I'm a silent singer. I'm a nonviolent boxer. You know, I believe in words. I just don't believe in meaning. These people, man. Exactly that. I'm a container for water, but I have no structure. I'm a sink with no. I'm a faucet with no knobs. Look at Derek. Shame on you, Derek. Shame on you.
I really value so many tools in spirituality and religion and philosophy. I'm just not a believer. But there are tools here that are helpful. And I started talking about it. And because the meaning crisis is much bigger than like just Mormons, going through deconstruction, I was resonating with a lot of people and was able to create now a full-time job where I do some still religious deconstruction, but the most of what I do is like existential crisis and nihilism, help for people who can't believe but are struggling.
I'm a treeless forest.
So where do you want to go with that?
I'm just dry water out here.
That's kind of my story.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I love your selling technique. I really love what you're doing in the business world.
My goodness, I almost want to go through a little bit of that with you for people to see closer, because you went through that pretty quick. You got to 14 within 60 seconds, and it's like, okay, would you say that your life was like you were very devout even as a young Mormon, and you took that seriously?
Look, he doesn't ask, what does it mean to be an atheist? Like, dude, what does it mean? Wait, hold on a second. Record skip. What does it mean to be an atheist spiritual director?
Yeah. And I just found out that I'm on the autism spectrum, which is new information for me. I just turned.
Oh, you're an autist now too? You're going to throw that in your lanyard? Autist spiritual director. Oh my gosh. Dying here. I'm dying. This is death.
.40 and my family members were getting tested and coming up with autism, so I recently got tested. And what we do find with people who are on the spectrum is that when they're in religion, they tend to take it very seriously. It can almost even tend towards fundamentalism, because you get less of like the gray mental gymnastics. It's I believe this but I don't really believe this, kind of social aspects of religion. So when I was in religion, I took it very seriously, like as if it is the most important thing, as if these things are capital T true.
And what are you doing now? You're literally selling spiritual atheism to people who pay you. Are you admitting you're not taking it seriously? See, under my kingdom, this woman would be jailed. She would be jailed for being a snake salesman. She would be jailed. I would jail you, Brittany. Who's that dude who used to, he was like this pervert magician, Randy something? He would go after like performative, super mega church grifters who cheat people out of for miracles and stuff. Randy something, some magician guy. Anyway, I don't even think he's alive, but those are the types of atheists, at least, that would go after these people as scammers. She's a scam artist. She's a scammer. She just basically, without knowing it, because she's just a babbler. When these people babble on, they're just ramblers. They don't know what they believe. They get caught in so many contradictions, right? She's like, oh, I didn't, when I was religious, I really believed in the nonsense that I was believing. But now I don't believe in any of it, even though I sell it. Now, yeah, send her to Iraq. Seriously. Send her to war. Why would nihilism be something that needs to be addressed when it's the conclusion of the worldview? Isn't that actually the goal? Yeah, there's no goal. There's no goal.
And then, like a lot of people who are autistic, like when you leave,
yeah,
you
it's
kind
crazy,
of make the
dude.
swing more towards atheism.
I know.
So what we see when we
trying to match
see people
Derek's aesthetics here.
the spectrum in the data is that there's some conglomeration who tend towards fundamentalism and take beliefs really seriously. Or
Yeah, it's like Nala. It really is very similar. I'm glad someone said that. It is very similar. There's no escape in where they come from. They come from this place that they think is false, has a false spiritual structure to it. They leave it and they do these counter ministries and they start their own cults. Dude, this is a cult. She's a cult guru leader. The atheists of our time, the early atheists at least, not these new atheists, they were so aggressive with these type of grifters. They weren't like partial. They specifically didn't like Christians version, the Christian version, but they didn't have any problem going after this little bimbo.
Or full-on atheist, kind of secular, but not a lot in the in-between space, because that's just like a lot of social negotiations that just aren't as resonant. So yeah, when I was in it, I was really in it. Like I really believed it. I was a kid who was trying to figure out, I was reading these books that you wouldn't recognize because you're not Mormon, but like I was reading this book called Mormon Doctrine. I remember when I was a young child, I was trying to figure out, I remember I have this memory.
No one cares. How are you a man? Derek, how are you a man listening to this right now? I, and then me, and then you know what I did, and then I went through this phase where I went to Starbucks a lot, and I don't know why, I always got the same drink at Starbucks, and one day, I just, out of nowhere, I don't know what came over me, I just didn't order that drink, and I was like, what is happening with me? And that was the first of my existential crisis, and then what I decided to do is I really wanted to help people out of this existential torment of not knowing why my choices come from my brain, and what my brain actually is, and so I started this thing, and then what happened, it's like, how do you do this, dude?
Memory of being very young, and there was the word charity.
Just pure me, and then I. Oh, that's great. I'm Derek. I can't wait to hear more about you.
That we read in the scriptures in class, and I was like, well, what the hell is that?
And then I did this, and then I did that, and then I went to cheerleading school.
So I took it very seriously, and I really did believe, and my beliefs were very important to me at the time.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. That's really great. I can't believe I missed out on this. We should have gotten you on the podcast sooner.
You got me thinking I need to get tested. I mean, I was completely sold out, completely. But I also wonder if there's a part of it is, you know, I dealt with a lot of trauma growing up, you know, alcoholism and stuff too. So, and my father was my hero. He was a Green Beret in Special Forces. He was like Billy Badass of military. And like, there's a sense in which when I heard the message of a father who loves you unconditionally, you know, that message resonated with me. But I also was so into it. I couldn't help but look around and think they're all lukewarm. They're not really like, it was like they're not really looking at it. They're not seeing it. They're not really. And then when I left, I felt the same way. I'm looking at it going, you've been a Baptist your whole life, or you've been a Catholic your whole life. Like you've been told what to believe, and you literally bought the entire package and never quit.
The guy who believes in evolution, the guy who believes we came from fish. This is why Jay's call with him on Mixed Bag Panel. Shout out to Mixed Bag Panel. This is why it was so, he probably still doesn't even know why that stuck with him so much, that he was doing cope streams 2 years, full years after, right? Still doing cope streams about it. The dude believes everything. He believes the story of Big Bang and the creation of the universe from not the universe. He believes in how the earth was formed naturally, and it naturally came into a necessary relational system between the other components of the system we live in, like the sun and the moon and everything else. He believes all this accidentally occurred. He believes that life must have eventually kind of came out of non-life, and then the life itself comes from this one necessary first being that then spawned into all directions, into all the multiplicity of variation we see today. He believes that. And he's like, yeah, when I was religious, I just believed everything that they just told me. And now I'm free of that. By the way, my uncle's a fish.
Question the environment. You were in Plato's cave and never saw the sun. You know, that's how I felt.
It's so funny with Plato's cave, because every single person, wherever they are in their journey,
God is a stupid designer for the path of the recurrent. No. That's an arbitrary claim. You're making a qualitative statement about that, but you have no standard to judge it, right? And also, if God is the creator of all that we see, and there's elements of what we see that's still subject to the fall, you're not internally critiquing anything, dummy. You're just showing how stupid you are, which we don't need any more evidence for how stupid the opposition is. Okay? If God real and good design, why things that I don't understand?
and he feels like they're the ones that have left cave, are in the sunlight, and it's this.
God creates stuff from nothing and came from nothing. What? Get him out of here. Get this guy out of here. He's lowering the IQ of everybody here. Get him out of here. You're done. No more of you. You're banned. Go to the gulags.
Funny thing that like Christians, atheists, and Muslims, like, you know, we all think that we're the ones who've left the cave.
Of course.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I use the analogy because, you know, at first I used it like, oh, I see reality. As much as a primate risen on this planet can, in my mind. I think we're looking at the closest we can empirically, right? But truth be told, I think we're all, in a sense, delusional.
Yeah.
He's getting closer. Yeah. Yeah. Getting close, Derek. Getting real close here. Let me slow this one down for y'all.
I use the analogy because, you know, at first I used it like, oh, I see reality. As much as a primate risen on this planet can, in my mind, I think we're looking at the closest we can empirically, right? But truth be told, I think we're all, in a sense, delusional.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't a problem under our view, is it, though? We're not going to actually deal with this. We're not going to actually look at our worldview, and if it renders everything delusion, we're not going to, I don't know, maybe figure out a way in a worldview that escapes that. No. We'll just double down on it. Oh, you Christians, you're so delusional. By the way, I'm delusional too, but I don't know you're delusional because I'm delusional. Yeah, she says. Brittany says, yeah. Yeah, I just refute. Yeah, you did refute yourself, and I refuted me by saying, yeah, but this isn't a problem. Totally. This is great stuff. We're all delusional. Yeah, great. Only, I don't know, 20 minutes into a freaking, how long you have this chick on? Oh my gosh. 3 hours of this chick. Under an hour, we're all delusional.
Agree. We're still in a delusion. We're making sense of reality. We're trying to take shortcuts in our brain to try and put things together. And like
Derek, this is the conversation you have in 10th grade when you have your like a couple beers that you shouldn't, and you're in the car with your friends, and you finally ask a deeper question that has nothing to do about whether or not the basketball game went well. I mean, this dude is like frozen, the poor guy. He's like a kid. Look at him. He's like a kid. He's like, it's like he's eating, it's like cereal. It's like cereal at college. Yeah, I always watch that too. They're like, yeah, I think I know. What? I don't know. Maybe. No, we don't understand anything we're saying or doing right now.
This is why I really like when you brought up spirituality. And we had a super chat already just to show, Solera Knight some love. Brittany, what does it mean to be spiritually married to multiple women within modern Mormonism, sealed in the temple? I guess this is some insider talk with Mormon theology, because I know they get away from polygamy, at least in the,
he might be hungry.
In the mainstream versions of it.
He might be hungry.
But I also just want to mention spirituality. People hear that word, they think religion.
I can't wait. Are you guys ready for this? This is where I didn't see this, but this is where it gets really contradictory. It's going to invoke a bunch of things that Derek, if he was arguing against a Christian, would be like, well, no, we don't have any evidence for that. I'm so I'm doing good work against these myths, right? Watch this. Watch how he throws out his entire epistemic system. His whole criterion for what constitutes a justified belief. Watch it go completely out the window because there's some chick on.
They think, oh
my wombly tumbly.
My gosh, you're trying to build a cult. They don't understand. So I don't know if you want to address this super chat for Solera first. He's
I'll,
keeping the
I'll
lights
do
on,
the
you know?
super chat first, and then I'll go into what I mean when I say I'm a spiritual atheist.
Yes.
Which I think is going to resonate with a lot of where you're at too. So polygamy was a big part of my deconstruction.
It is. It is like the witches. It is. It's like TikTok.
When I was Mormon, it's just very concerning that God seemed to be talking to Joseph Smith all the time and never told him, like, hey, like maybe not the 14th, like, you know what I mean? It was very troubling for me. And in Mormonism, we don't have in the mainstream LDS tradition, we don't have men who are married to multiple living women at one time. But the time I was Mormon, if I were to die and my husband were to get remarried, he would get remarried in the temple, and a woman would be sealed to him. And so he would be essentially, even today, have this expectation that he would have 2 wives in heaven. So our previous prophet.
Is he talking to Marilyn? Surprisingly, has more of a coherent view than this chick somehow. Think about that. I'll do this super chat. Thank you, Flavius. Really appreciate that super chat. Yes, please support the best stream on YouTube right now.
President Nelson and the current prophet, the President Oaks, they both have 2 wives that they are sealed to. Now, it wasn't at the same time, but they have all.
She looks like her soul is. Yeah, that's the irony. She looks like her spirit has left her.
Anticipation to going to heaven and having 2 wives there.
She got dead eyes, man. She got dead eyes.
So polygamy is
even Derek doesn't have dead eyes.
Still baked into
Derek doesn't have dead eyes.
To Mormonism, but we have like at least very publicly said like we're not doing this and we don't do this at the same time. But if my husband were to die, if I were to get remarried, it would be like at a courthouse because I could not be sealed to another man. So there's still polygamy in Mormonism, even if publicly the PR team says no, we don't do that anymore. It's still really baked.
Yeah, she does look soulless. She's like, well then, and she's also like, it's a touchy subject for women, but she's aging very quickly in this new found path.
Baked into LDS theology. As far as what I mean by spirituality, it's oh, sorry, what?
I just said thank you, Solera, for this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. So what I mean by spirituality and religion are notoriously hard to define in the field of, religion and theology and cognitive science of religion, because it's really hard to find an umbrella term that applies to all the different kinds that people, all different ways.
Watch this. I critiqued this before. Now, what she says is extremely ambiguous, and it might be true in a sense for every worldview, right? She's going to say religion is simply what orients you to reality. But the problem with that view is that you have to have a conception, a worldview, to determine what reality even means to begin with, as if reality exists and then your religion orientates you to it. You have to justify reality the way it is, right? And so it's a get out of jail card definition, honestly. It's whack, as the kids used to say in the 90s. You're my favorite Mormon, JB. May Joseph Smith, peace upon him, bless you. Thank you. Love the sand. I'm trying to distinguish who has it worse, the sand Mormons or the actual Mormons, prairie muffin Mormons, Muslims. For the best stream online, thank you so much for that. Yes, if you agree, you have 6 minutes to agree, you guys. Yeah, that's actually the right freeze frame. That's the freeze frame we all been experiencing, Derek.
That people express religiosity and spirituality, because sometimes there is a God, sometimes it's non-theistic, and so it's hard to define. But the best definition, really, for spirituality is that you are connecting outside of you and you're connecting deeper inside of you. That's why
you're connecting outside of you and you're connecting inside of you. Derek got them hungry eyes. This is a superpower. Yeah, he's always hungry. My tumbly-wumbling. The reason I didn't push back when I had that, I got a lot of people commenting in the chat, said I wasn't pushing back enough on her. You know what? To be honest, guys, I was a little bit hungry. I didn't have my post-wing cheese. You know, in my defense, I didn't have my Lunchables. One super chat equals one agreement. That's right. One super chat is one agreement.
Spirituality has a lot of
It's voting. It's voting. I have a different voting system. Now, not everyone gets to vote. A vote, you have to pay to play. That's what a vote is over in Jortlandia.
labyrinths or spirals or eyes that you see in various traditions. It's this concept of connection outside of you. For some people, that includes a supernatural. For me, it doesn't. And then also connection to.
What do you mean supernatural, dude? Of course it invokes the supernatural. She's saying, oh, I'm spiritual. I'm a spiritual atheist, but I take spirituality to mean non-supernatural. What are you referring to then? What's the spirit then, lady? It's unbelievable, these people. Electric Pineapple, for your information, monies and fish only marry once for love. That's right. That's right.
To the universe inside of you. And so when you're not spiritual, you're disconnected to out.
Did you just say the universe inside of you? Look at Derek, eating it up, lapping it up. What a simp. What an absolute simp you are.
Spirituality is that you are connecting outside of you and you're connecting deeper inside of you. That's why
Thank you very much. Time.
Spirituality has a lot of labyrinths or spirals or eyes.
Spirals or eyes?
That you see in various traditions. It's this concept of connection outside of you. For some people, that includes a supernatural. For me, it doesn't. And then also connection to the universe inside of you. And so when you're not spiritual, you're disconnected to outside of you and everything going on outside of you and relationships and nature and universe, all of that. And you're also disconnected to the universe going on within you. And you're numb and you're cut off. That would be a lack of spirituality. So spirituality for me just means connection. Being an atheist spiritual person, all that says is, hey, there's a lot of tools here that have been housed in the houses of religion. There's a lot of tools in spirituality. Even if you are just like the most science-driven person, we have solid science showing that things like rituals are very helpful for you. Or there's science showing that people who have religion live longer. Or
I bet some of the Epstein files would agree with you also. Those spiritual are it's helpful for them. Brittany Hartley, it's helpful for those guys to do those rituals. You know what I'm saying? Science shows it. Jim Without a Bob, thank you so much. Unbelievable. Thank you for becoming a work visa. You got to start somewhere. Sounds like a myth. Yeah, totally. Doesn't meet the criteria. That's why Derek is such a ShamWow salesman. He's not consistent with any of his counters. As long as you're anti-religion, apparently, you can jump on as Brittany or whatever her name is, and you just lap. He's just like, yeah, anything but God. Yeah, anything. Yeah. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. Totally ambiguous nonsense. Do you think Elvis faked his death and became Bob Joyce, the preacher man in Arkansas? Sorry, I lost track of what you were saying. No. He looked like he was close to death.
Or they have better formed communities, or they, and so there's science, even science showing like, hey, there's something here when we talk about ritual or awe or states of transcendence or love or collecting wisdom. There's things here worth holding on to. I just want to do it without any truth claims. Like
do you hear what she's saying? Her spirit, yeah, this is actually right. It's like Sam Harris stuff. Totally. Just mindfulness, and they're like, what's a mind? And they're like, well, Josiah Eliron, 10 big buckaroos in the pay to play system. Since I already paid, we Jortlandians are generous folks, so let this pay for someone else to play too. That's how we roll. Thank you. That is how we roll. Okay, listen to what she's about to say.
My confidence comes from not because going on within you and you're numb and you're cut off. That would be a lack of spirituality. So spirituality for me just means connection. Being an atheist spiritual person, all that says is, hey, there's a lot of tools here that have been housed in the houses of religion. There's a lot of tools in spirituality. Even if you are just like the most science-driven person, we have solid science showing that things like rituals are very helpful for you. Or there's science showing that people who have religion live longer, or they have better formed communities, or they, and so there's science, even science showing like, hey, there's something here when we talk about ritual or awe or states of transcendence or love or.
Keep in mind, these are all truth claims. These two bimbos, spiritual bimbos, Both of them. She's saying truth claims right now.
Collecting wisdom. There's things here worth holding on to. I just want to do it without any truth claims.
Derek's like, I love you. I just want to do it without truth claims, even though everything I just said up to this point are truth claims.
Like, my confidence comes from not because I know what's going on with ultimate reality. I admit that I don't. I just don't think you do either. You know,
that's a truth claim. You little woodchuck looking. That's a truth claim. They're blinding me in science. I mean, the contradictions are just crazy. Derek, you're a failure. You're failing your audience.
Or collecting wisdom. There's things here worth holding on to. I just want to do it without any truth claims. Like, my confidence comes from not because I know what's going on with ultimate reality. I admit that I don't. I just don't think you do either. You know,
that's a truth claim.
Like, I just don't think anyone else does either.
That's a truth claim.
So can we get all those tools for the good life?
It didn't occur to you, Derek, to go, I don't know, isn't that a truth claim, though? I feel like, you know, my skeptical side's kicking in, and I do like what you do, but I do think you deserve some pushback. Otherwise, we're just coddling you, right? None of that from Derek, right? Just, yeah, totally. I'm not listening to you. I'm not listening to you.
All the tools that are beneficial in religion and spirituality, and not have to jump through hoops of having to believe things that are unbelievable to get those tools. And
excuse me, you just arbitrarily crafted what constitutes unbelievable versus believable. So you clearly believe there's such a thing as helpful tools, right? You believe that, right? These people make me nauseous. That's a truth claim, but does it pass Agrippa's trilemma? A little bit of back taxes. Thank you for that, sir. Really appreciate you. He's so passive, dude. It's so pathetic, dude.
And that's really what's important to me.
Oh.
I listened to your video this morning that kind of goes through how theology school pretty much made you not believe in God. I mean, as you kind of briefly summarized here in this discussion, how it caused you to really rethink and go, hold on, I don't believe this. This is not believable now. Textual criticism, history. I mean, the list can go on and on. Philosophy. There were so many problems looking at religion and humans in an not anthropomorphic, like an anthropological approach. Combine that with a psychological kind of analysis, you start to realize really quickly it's human all the way through. But you know, I got to a place where you could hear the chip on my shoulder, and I'm venting about this, and I'm constantly critiquing, and rightly so, pointing out flaws, issues, ethical problems, you name it, that we find within the religions. But then it's like you hit this wall and you go, well, we evolved. A lot of this is part of what made us successful as humans. Is it all bunk? And you're pointing out there's something to a lot of this that we shouldn't throw away. Maybe you called it the baby in the bathwater, and throw away the bathwater maybe, but
let me translate. Believing in false things is justified. I don't know why it's taken you guys so long. But you know what, Myth Vision? If your entire identity online is arguing why something's a myth, and ultimately underlying that is you shouldn't believe in myths, you just countered your own position. What does it mean? It means that, let's say, Plantinga's argument that evolution isn't geared toward truth, it's geared for survival. And if it happens to be the case that people who believe in myths and things that you guys don't believe in because you think it doesn't warrant belief, if it turns out that we're more productive than you, we make better societies, we formulate more cohesion, we reproduce more than you, we defend a cohesive identity, yours is all splintered, totally fractioned, right? If that's just selected for Why should we listen to any of your critiques, dude? You just cooked yourself. But please, go on.
There's still a baby there that is you can use. And I think that's important when we start to discuss, how you've exited but then found peace. Because there's something to a lot of this that we shouldn't throw away. Maybe you called it the baby in the bathwater, and throw away the bathwater maybe, but there's still a baby there that is you can use. And I think that's important when we start to discuss, how you've exited but then found peace. Because a lot of people are dealing with...
Peace is also an illusion, right? Totally delusional. It's telling how atheists can't seem to produce any value on its own. It never does. It's a parasite. Atheism is parasitic. It never builds. It can't build anything. It can't build beauty. It can't build cohesion. It can't build tradition. It can't build anything. It literally is like those sucker fish under the sharks. My dad was a fish. My mom was a ghost. How long was she explaining what she meant by spirituality? Felt like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's about right.
Is a lack of meaning or purpose, a sense of community, since leaving the faith, whatever that faith may be, Islam, Christianity, Mormonism, the list can go on and on.
Yeah, so is there can you maybe narrow down a question there for me? There's so many directions that I could go there.
Yeah, I hit a lot there. I mean, I guess I would say is, you hear apologists. I'm going to phrase it this way, and then hopefully there's a decent question in this. I've heard apologists when they're debating atheists. For example, Inspiring Philosophy. He's a buddy of mine. We're friends. We've had beef. Okay, we've had our problems over a debate over Dionysus and all this kind of stuff, and other things in the past where we're wrestling over ideas. But then he debates atheists, and he brings up these studies all the time to point out the utility. How religion has utility. What are you doing? Like this is better. Life is better. The world would be better with religion. And he uses this against the atheist who's going on there going, but it's not true. But it's not true. Yeah. And we hear this tension. How do you deal with that tension in your mind?
Yeah, how do you deal with it? You won't have an answer to this because none of you have an answer to this since Dillahunty debacle with Andrew. That point was developed probably earlier, this contention where suddenly you can appeal to use, like the Pine Creek Doug effect, where he doesn't believe in any of the Christian doctrine or dogma, but he would select Christian as a method to govern Christian ethics. He'd rather live around Christian people than not. How are you going to argue against that as an atheist? How are you going to do that? You can't do it. You can't do it. You have no answer to this. No one does.
Mine.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I feel like in the early 2000s, in Christopher Hitchens' days of atheism, when he was just his verbal prowess was just really unmatched in these debates.
His rhetoric his arguments sucked balls.
There was the sense that we were debating whether or not a religion was true or whether or not we have strong enough evidence for God. And atheism did really well in those debates. Christopher Hitchens did really well in those debates.
He actually didn't. You wouldn't even know what well is. If you were to debate, listen to this chick, Brittany Hartley. If she were to debate anybody, any one of us, she would get absolutely destroyed. And she's the one determining who does well in a debate. Yeah, by what standard? What standard?
And then what happened is, especially in the past 10 years, with like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson types, is we started to shift the conversation to religion is useful, or society needs religion. And it's a very interesting shift in the atheist conversation where it seems like they lost a lot of ground as far as being able to prove that there's some objective truths here that we can build on. I feel like they lost that debate. But the debate that's still worth having.
Rare W for Myth Vision, separating Christianity from Mormonism, still incoherent. Have a blessed Lent. Love you. See ya.
Where they have more data than, trying to go up against Christopher Hitchens, is this idea that religion is useful and that human beings have co-evolved with it. And there's certain aspects of it that perhaps we need. And I think atheists are too quick to just throw all that away because it's related to God and so it's just all bullshit. Like, they do have some data. There is some science. So if you're a science-driven person, you have to take that science seriously. And so what I want to do is what Christians will say is, religions are useful because of XYZ and here's some data, therefore you should go to church and my God is real. And I say, no, that doesn't have to be the case. We can admit that we co-evolved with religion. We can admit that there's certain failures so far in secularism.
Well, no, you can't even say that, lady. You can't even say that. They don't understand. They really don't fundamentally understand. And Derek has been pressed on this so many times. It wasn't just the Jay Dyer thing. He's citing Mike Jones's position, which we're all sort of tailoring off of that Dillahunty thing, which puts them in a really interesting position to defend. No, you don't have failure. You can't be a secularist and look at another secular system and say it failed. You can't say that. That's not even objectively true. It can't be true. There's no failure. You can't fail. You can't fail. Just like the way you guys think a brain wasn't purposed to think. It can't think improperly. It can't think incorrectly. It can't fail. It's totally, failure itself, from your view, is totally subjective and arbitrary. They still don't grasp this.
The best example of this is Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who was like the fifth new atheist, in addition to the other four. Outspoken atheist, poster child of being an ex-Muslim. She spends a couple years in secularism, finds that it's very empty, kind of has some depression and existential crisis, and today she's a practicing Christian. Not because she believes that it's like she didn't have this big conversion where Jesus came and talked to her and she believes it's true. There just wasn't enough in secularism for her to feel like life was really worth living, or that we could be able to combat political religions, and she had a lot of political arguments there. So there is that's where the debate is happening today. It seems to be no more about what's capital T true, because I do feel like religion did poorly in those conversations, but there is something to be said for, hey, religion has been the place where we have.
She's such a contradiction machine. She just got done selling her program where dumb people who are lost, God bless them, prayers for them, call her for spiritual guidance, and her starting axiom is that she doesn't start with truth claims. And then she's critiquing Christianity in her debates, right, that she's watching, whatever these are. She's saying, oh, they didn't do particularly well with the truth claims aspect. Isn't that the thing you're trying to abandon? It's such a contradiction. It's like, I abandoned Christianity because they held truth claims, and now I'm free of those, and I can start my own little guru cult coaching system without all the truth claims. But also I left Christianity because, it's like, if your criticism is truth claims, it wouldn't matter if the claims are true or not. That's the point. I don't start with truth claims is a truth claim. These people are nut jobs.
Kept things like awe and transcendence and ritual and community and moral education and wisdom. And there's so much that religion was doing that we didn't realize that it was doing by just saying, is it true? And Alain de Botton is a really great philosopher for this space because he's an atheist. He's a philosopher.
This space.
His name is Alain de Botton. And he has a great TED Talk called Atheism 2.0.
A TED Talk, you say? Oh, why didn't we think of that? I should have been looking up my philosophy at TED Talks.
And he also has a book called Religion for Atheists. But he has this
Religion for Atheists. It's just freaking wild, dude. It's literally been our criticism for years now that atheism is a type of cult religion. And now you guys are all coming around to the criticisms, right? Derek himself. You guys are in a religion. You guys have your own religious beliefs. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Oh, Who's this Britt Hartley? She's coming out with some wild stuff. Really? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we've been saying this for a century or longer, probably. In the philosophical sense, probably forever. Unbelievable. They just don't understand what they're saying. Oh, religion for atheism, spiritual secularism.
This great point that says whether or not a religion is true is almost the most boring question that you could ask of it. Like, Mormonism is one of the easiest religions to say that, like, we can have some pretty strong evidence that this is not the one true religion. But the deeper question that I feel like more atheists need to consider.
That's what's funny is, like, no, she doesn't even have, from her worldview, an ability to say Mormonism is false. She just says it. Another freeze frame, appropriate freeze frame from Derek. You see the truth in Derek in very small doses. Unfortunately, to get the truth out of Derek, you need to time a freeze frame.
Is that what was Mormonism doing that makes it so that it's psychologically beneficial for people? And what is secularism not doing so that people in secularism don't have the level of community and psychological stability that Mormons have, or the longevity, or
I'll tell you what it is. Even Mormonism being a part of a false tradition that's cherry-picked from a true tradition and inverted completely, you guys don't have a tradition. Even Mormons could say you're not kind of doing it right, and they might have a place to stand, right? Ultimately, it'll break down, but you could at least press on it and be like, you're not doing it right? You're not doing it. There's at least some sort of fractured kind of pseudo-normative authority there. And this is the part that none of these people want to actually encounter. The truth of the matter is, when you look at religion in general, even false ones, when you look at their structure, you're looking at a normative authority, a normative system, a normative way of processing of how you do it, right? What's a transgression? What's a heresy? What's this? What's that, right? This is what informs and maintains what you would call this tradition through generations, right? So you have to teach this to children. But the funny part is about these noobs here is the moment they're teaching a child something that's tradition but maybe not true, they also hold that it's wrong to do that at the same time. So the thing that atheism and secularism is missing is the thing they reject ultimately that religions have, which is indoctrination. That's what it really is. That's what it's about. It's about how do you transfer the knowledge and the wisdom coherently to your offspring in a succession so that it passes on and maintains generationally, right? This is what's missing from atheism, because atheism can't do it. You're actually, for the most part, your systems, your principles are fundamentally against it. This is why you leave religion. This is why you do your deconstruction analysis. Oh, I really was in a cult and I couldn't question anything, and they taught me these things without me even having the ability to question, and that's wrong, and I'm so glad I escaped. Now I'm free. And now look at it. You're free to do what? You're free to recreate the thing that you left. It's the traditional structure that you guys don't have, because there's no secularism that can correctly do secularism. You can't correctly or incorrectly do secularism. If a secularist in the chat, let's say, adopts a Christian ethos, a Christian paradigm, but they don't believe any of it, they just do it, they just adopt it, you can't say as a secularist they're doing anything incorrectly at all. They're not being a bad secularist. They're not being an impure secularist. If you hadn't told us her name, listening to her, we totally would have guessed it. It was Brittany or Tiffany. For real. For real. So let's see what she says is the problem and watch how she'll ultimately counter and go against what she says is the problem, what's missing in atheism and secularism. And the moment you try to institute it, you're going to violate this sort of individualistic, make your own way approach.
All these things that Mormons can in the data, like we have this because of our religion. So I take that seriously. I don't dismiss that. I don't dismiss the argument that there are aspects of religion that may be good for people. My thing is that doesn't mean go back to religion and pretend you believe these unbelievable stories.
Yeah, just invent a new religion called atheist spirituality and sell a course 101 to these lost people, you creep.
And try to gaslight yourself back to belief.
Instead, you're going to gaslight your own audience and have them sign up to a one-on-one guru coaching system that coaches them in nihilism. Despicable. You're despicable, Brittany Hartley. You're a despicable person.
I don't think that that's the answer. I don't think the answer is go back to these, Iron Age gods and because there's so many problems with that. The path that I see moving forward is like, yes, we seem to have co-evolved with religion in ways that there are some tools here that seem to be helpful.
Yeah. So your answer is to capitalize on the fact that it's in our human nature to want to seek higher power, to know our Creator, to have to nourish the sense that we have a spirit and a body and a mind, that we're here for purpose. And you're going to sell that you don't have a purpose, but you're going to sell them that they do have purpose also at the same time. This is actually worse. All of these people criticize all of like the, those like big, massive churches that do prosperity gospel shit. They criticize them. But she gets to do it. What a soulless bag. What a soulless bag.
Helpful for people and society. Can we get a better sense of these tools and have them more present in society, in secularism, so we don't have to go back to pretending to believe in order to get those tools? So I'm not arguing with the Christian or the apologist that there's tools in religion that we have data that shows are helpful for people. I'm just saying, what do we do with that data? Because I don't think that means go back to religion. I just think that means there's tools here that are worth taking seriously.
Okay, that's a contradiction. I'm not saying go back to religion. I'm just saying take everything they have and do it yourself, which is just religion, trying to rebuild new religion off of the parts that they have, right? Fucking such a nutcase. So should we leave religion? Like, if the argument is not go back, should people leave? No, I'm not saying you should leave either, but I'm not saying you should go back, but I'm actually what I'm saying is sign up for my course, really. I'm disgusted.
That's a very difficult process. I mean, there's a lot of ego involved in these debates. You know what I mean? There's a lot of...
That's why I don't debate. I'm getting...
Is that why you don't debate? Is that why you don't debate? Yeah, I'm sure that's why you little... such a cope, these people. No, Brittany Hartley, you don't debate because your entire bullshit scam would be exposed because you don't have a defensible worldview. You little giddy scammer. I'm so tired of hearing this from these people. They're all about reason, right? They're all about defending their views. They're all about this and that, right? And then you go, wait a second. How are we going to test this against scrutiny? No, I don't debate. I'm going to make all these truth claims, and I'm going to sell people on a one-on-one. I'm a nihilist spiritualist. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to coach you. These people, man.
Arguing with the Christian or the apologist that there's tools in religion that we have data that shows are helpful for people. I'm just saying, what do we do with that data? Because I don't think that means go back to religion. I just think that means there's tools here that are worth taking seriously.
That's a very difficult process. I mean, there's a lot of ego involved in these debates. You know what I mean? There's a lot of.
That's why I don't debate. I'm getting too old.
I hear
I'm getting
you.
too old to debate.
I hate you.
No, I hear you.
I hear you. Yeah, we're just getting to the age where it's like we don't need to defend what we believe and what we sell thousands of people through our platforms. And we don't need to defend the fact that I'm selling a coaching program from these poor people who leave their religion and feel lost and go to a guru like you. You don't need to defend everything you're saying, you know, getting too old for that. You know, we're just too old to debate.
I see the tension there. And that's a struggle. That's such a struggle because, you know, I think that's why Ayaan Hirsi Ali literally, I don't want to say she doesn't believe. I think that her motivated reasons for choosing one is that she realized one isn't going to win over the other, at least.
I don't know. From an evolutionary view, you mean it was selected for, perhaps? That she just is dictated by her biology to move toward what she thinks will make her win?
At least as far as she could tell. Now she's like, I think she's turning off her critical faculties and like just trying to like indulge into like naive child faith kind of thing to
and what would be wrong with that?
Purposefully believe, and it's helping her.
Can't you see? Yeah, can't you see with her that like it almost feels like she split her brain in two, in the sense that like when she talks now,
this is it. You're not making any truth claims. You're just armchair psychologizing someone and saying they split their brain into two.
Very much like I keep science brain over here, and over here I do Christianity. You know what I mean? And for me, that I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to split myself in two in order to get tools for existential crisis.
Too late there, scammer.
Because that to me is such a lack of wholeness that she...
Oh, man. They don't even know what they're saying, dude. They're so...
Bob, you are still selling pre-orders for all
Yes.
those sticker packs.
That's right.
JB?
That's right. Go to madebyjimbob.com. You'll get your sticker pack, 7 uniquely designed creatures. Go grab it. It's such nonsense. Drivel, pure drivel. Devour feculence.
In order to survive the existential crisis that she was in, had to turn off her brain in order to access this other side where she could participate in faith and get the benefits from.
Cool truth claim. Can you justify anything you're saying right now? What she had to do is she split. You see, I don't know her, but what she did is she split her brain in two, and she had to remove part of her brain and use her other brain, but also shut her brain down to then compartmentalize and get what she got out of using her brain that she said she wasn't using her brain, but she was using her brain in order to do the stuff. Huh? What? What? No wonder you don't debate, you little goblin. Nasty little gibbons. Psychologizing. Nonsense, dude. Derek, shame on you. You're filth. Look at you looking. Yeah, maybe that's true. I don't think properly. Yeah, Elon, yeah, I don't know her, but she did do that. Now that you say it that way, she did split her brain into two. Yeah, she turned off her brain. That sounds reasonable. Yeah, I'm Derek Mythvision. I'm getting to the bottom of the truth. Yeah, that sounds right. Dude, that earns a slow-mo. We didn't get to a 0.5 yet. Let's go 6.5.
Here and over here.
And like just trying to like kind of thing.
That I don't want to have to do that. I don't see with her that like it almost feels like she's split?
It feels like. Derek Mythvision, do you think feeling is a good epistemology? It almost feels like
her brain into, in the sense that like when she talks now, it's very much like I keep science brain over here, and over here I do Christianity. You know what I mean?
And that's still the brain, right? Even if she said that was true, there would be a split and you'd still be using your brain, right?
I mean, and for me, that like that, I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to split myself in two in order to get tools for.
You mean like atheistic naturalist and spiritualist? You mean like that? You don't have to split yourself in two except for that?
Existential crisis, because that to me is such a lack of wholeness that she, in order to survive the existential crisis that she was in, had to turn off her brain.
So she split her brain into two and she shut off her brain?
In order to access this other side where she could participate in faith and get the benefits from religion.
Oh, really? Hey, Derek, did you think about asking, I don't know, a basic question like, that's an interesting claim. How would you know that? Remember when the skeptic atheist used to ask this question? How would you know that? What's so pathetic is someone like Derek, who wants to launch into superstardom and finally get 1 million people and be on Joe Rogan or whatever the hell he wants. What's crazy, Derek, is if you were sharper with countering these people and put them on in a difficult position by asking them a simple question, you might actually develop the kind of notoriety that you would want. Religion is a man-made concept to explain the world around them. Tell me what concept isn't man-made according to your view. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Front row. Front row, he came in hot. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Tell me. Tell me what concept isn't man-made according to your view.
That just doesn't feel like the answer to me.
Yeah, I think we're testing something quite new in this way. Like we're like the science experiment with what you're describing here, because we're trying to see if there's a way that we can actually hijack the utility of all the things that are good and purposeful, from ethics to you name it, right?
They just admit it, dude. They're trying to hijack the thing they can't justify on their own. And yet, what did I say? The reason you can't, the same way you try to hijack science, I'm so glad it all ties back, right? You can't hijack science and then operate in science from an assumed, imaginary, neutral position about ethics. You can't do it. You have to have a philosophy that informs why it is you even do science, why it is you even understand the world, why even do applied science or engineering. Why? Why are you doing any of it? And the moment you try to separate what you are, where you come from what you're doing, and you try to pretend it's just operating in a sort of neutral status, they're trying to do it the same thing here. They're like, well, how do we hijack? Because the scientific revolution was from the position philosophically that this is a created world that we're uncovering and understanding. That is to say, can we know more about our creator by looking at the creation? Can we get winks? Can we get hidden little gems? You know, it's not going to give us our full theology for sure, but it's something there to look at. And there's a reason we look at it. We can mimic biology in engineering because engineering has purpose. And yet, when you try to cut off God and the created world having purpose, and everything that does a thing because it was created to do a thing, once you try to separate the two, you try to you have to hijack something. I mean, how insane are you of a person to say one of our most impressive engineering feats now currently are mimicry of biology, mimicry of nature. This is engineering for a purpose. And yet you hold a view that the reality we're in is purposeless. And all of the unique things that things do are purposely doing them. Just accidentally doing them, incidentally doing them. And yet we're heading into a field into the next century where much of the things we're designing are mimic from microbiology and other things. You're like, no. It makes sense that we engineer based on totally accidental structures. It just happens to be the case if we mimic these structures in reality, that we get pristine engineering.
But outside of the framework of religion. And it almost makes me think, well, why don't we just stop and make a new religion at this point that just has myths that we say are myths and aren't literal, and they encode our ethics, but they're not to be taken as dogmas. And the problem is, as you point out, is there's almost a precept that comes into this where you have to presuppositionally believe these things are true in order to really.
Can you pin or post in your YouTube section? Well, the preferred method would be Bob Chats, because YouTube does take a chunk, but I do like the ability to have goals, one of which, by the way, 0 out of 10 right now with 12 minutes left. Bobchats.com. That's the most direct way. Or buy some Savage Memes. Savage Memes books at madebyjimbob.com. Because that way you can donate, but you get 3 books in return. So that would be cool.
Devout and be so dedicated and devoted to it, you need to almost be delusionally, sucked into thinking it's real in order for that to be the case. And
that's such a hard lesson for atheists to learn, especially ones who are newly out of deconstruction.
Yeah, that's such a hard thing for them to learn, is to realize that all of the reasons they left religion was because people believed in fantasies. But when you leave, you realize that it's totally justified to create delusions for purpose and utility. That's such a hard lesson. Yeah, it's called self-defeating. The lesson of atheism is you have a self-defeating position, that you eventually come around to realize that everything you're leaving and all the reasons you thought were rational about leaving the thing you're leaving, you inevitably try to create. You bunch of whack jobs. You guys are literally insane. You're irrational, insane creatures.
I probably get an email a day that's like, why don't we just create everything good that Mormonism was? Because when you're in that community, it is such a fantastic community to be part of when it's working for you. And you're not gay. When it's working for you, it is great as far as the level of community. And I have so many people, especially early on in deconstruction, that say, we'll just build that without the bullshit. And what more atheists need to realize, I think, is
that we're all full of shit. Is she going to say it? Yeah, why can't we just build this without the bullshit? This is really a good lesson for atheists to realize that we too have to justify total bullshit.
we're running up against a problem, and that secularism is failing in some of its promises, and we need to be honest about it. If we expect Christians to be honest to their dads, we need to be honest about what's going on our side too, which is we're coming up against this problem with human nature that we can say we're going to
No, lady. You don't have a human nature under your view. Nice try. Oh, they're always stealing. They're just a bunch of like farmers market thieves. They're like those kids in Italy. You know, when you're on the train and they just surround you and take everything from you. They don't even hide it. They're like, yeah, I want that. Yeah, that. Take that thing. Take your key card. Thanks for all the great content. You're welcome. They're just thieves. Human nature? I'm sorry, you don't get that from biology, lady. You don't get that. That's a metaphysical claim. You said you weren't about truth claims. Now you believe that there's a thing called human nature? Is that a universal? Derek is too dumb for this, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, human nature. Yeah. You don't have that under evolution, buddy. Yeah, no, yeah. Two, thanks. No, it's called an internal critique, you dipshit. It's an internal critique. Means two from their position. Two, also. Not from our position, from their position.
I watched my first Author Thugs
Fucking
episode
idiot.
a few weeks back. That had me cracking up laughing. Thank you, and I appreciate your work.
You're welcome. Yeah, go follow Orthothugs, my buddy Tony from Hello Listener. Go give him a follow as well. But yeah, follow Orthothugs. We crack ourselves up.
Together as a community, and we're going to have these rituals, and we're going to collectively teach our kids good things, but
Good things?
without the dogma piece.
Without the dogma? Good is a dogma, you bimbo. What is wrong with your freaking brain, dude? Lord, forgive me. Austin Titilio, 10 big buckaroos for being Italian. Yeah, we're just going to teach them the good without all of the dogma. Like good. Like good. These people are nut jobs. Nut cases. All of you. You're all nut cases. Derek, you hear this? You're a nut case.
When it's working for you, you're not gay.
Thank you for the taxes. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all. 7 minutes. 7 and 7? Is it even possible?
You know, like when it's working for you, it is great as far as the level of community. And I have so many people, especially early on in deconstruction, that say like, we'll just build that without the bullshit. And what more atheists need to realize, I think, is we're running up against a problem, and that secularism is failing in some of its promises. And we need to be honest about it.
It has no promises, lady. You don't have any promises.
If we expect Christians to be honest to their dads, we need to be honest about what's going on our side too, which is we're coming up against this problem with human nature.
You don't have a human nature.
That we can say we're going to gather as a community, and we're going to have these rituals, and we're going to collectively teach our kids good things.
Good things? Yeah, that's a dogma. What's up, Max? Father Sarah from Rose says, for example, that things don't fall exclusively into categories of just spirit and matter. If things exist in certain ways, how do laws of logic exist, for example? Yeah. It's a key argument there. The ontology of these things are important. And, from this lady's perspective, things like a human nature would have to be some sort of belief system. The good, she says. Oh, we have to teach our kids the good things without the dogma part. No. That you would have to have a standard for what's good, lady. Unbelievable.
But without the dogma piece, you don't tap into the human brain enough to get the outpouring of money and time and resources to make that community go. So something like secular humanism
it's unbelievable.
Did somebody say dipshit? They make dip out of it now?
No. The Super Bowl's over. You don't have to worry about your culture's dip, lady. Thank you for that $5, y'all. Or do I need to have some intuitive understanding on why one interpretation of the Trinity is superior? Yeah, coherency. If you want to understand the Trinity from a perspective, you're going to be seeking coherency. So which view of it gives an account of it coherently? Thank you for that.
Operates like Mormonism or Catholicism, I actually don't think is possible. It doesn't tap into that culty side of the human brain enough. And when you don't have, and this goes back to kind of the books.
So she's arguing the utility of cult-like systems, which is the reason we leave religion. We should start our own cult. She's literally saying it. She's literally saying it. We should start a cult because they have the cult-like aspect, which is very high utility yield, and we don't have that. And so we should really rethink this stuff.
Sapiens and some of the ideas in there. It's that we seem to have done community always with a collective myth. And so when you're trying to do secularism and get all the good things out of religion without the collective myth, it's very hard to create community. One of my master's program classes was tracking all of the churches that were trying to do something like Atheist Church. And within 5 years, it was like 90% of them had gone belly up. By 10 years, they had all failed.
Yeah. It's the same thing for heterodox churches that have like a really like fun stand-up comedian, tattoo sleeve, tight jean wearing, leather boot having pastor. It's the same reason, right? The thing that you guys don't have, and this is true for atheists, but also for heterodox, you don't have a true holy tradition. You can't trace it back. You cannot maintain it. In fact, a Japanese knife making tradition is more based than atheism, insofar as the foundation is concerned. Farming. You guys can't teach children. Your family can't be an extension of the things you believe. Christianity has this. Our marriage is a reflection of the church, an extension. Our family is an extension of the church. We are extensions of the church. One body. You don't have this.
The dogma to not have religious
dogmas. That's right.
Man face palming emoji.
That's right. The anti-dogma dogma. And she's admitting it. She's like, yeah, we do need a cult, but that's the problem is we're against the cult and the collective myth, but we need the collective myth. And if you look at all of these stupid atheist communities, they try to form their own little congregation and they fly to do events to talk about how meaningless their life is. It all falls apart because this key aspect. You can't separate, at least in the here now, I'm not saying ontologically, wisdom, but I'm saying collective wisdom, what you're learning, value in the temporal sense. You cannot have that and then suddenly be like, well, no, we're just not going to teach it though, because that's where we draw the line. They don't have this system. They don't, that's why they have to mimic it. That's why they start churches. That's why they invert and pervert the family structure. That's why there's families with 3 dads now. Because they know they can't maintain their identity, their belief structure, without adopting, co-opting, stealing the Christian paradigm and making a new definition of a family or a new definition of marriage or a new definition of church, new definition of spirit this chick is trying to do. She knows she's going to fail. How would you go about logically demonstrating into an atheist that all knowledge is based on faith, theory-related? Yeah, I would just ask them what they rely on to come to knowledge, even in the JTB sense, that just basic induction, Ito, would prove that they have faith that the world did, is, and will operate in a certain way. There's no evidence of that. It's an assumption. So you go to their fundamental assumptions, you go to people like Hume. Danny Town, thank you so much. They can't even promote their spiritual atheist ideology to the kids because indoctrination is bad. Also, they refuse to have kids. Yeah, everything doesn't make sense about it. They have no obligation to have kids That alone. Forget about teaching. They don't even have an obligation to have kids. Think about that. No obligation. And they're like, yeah, we need to figure out how to create another cult that ultimately has no obligation to teach anything.
Like it's too hard. People without really actually believing it will just decide on Sunday that they'd rather just take a walk and watch some Netflix instead. And so there's something where it's I'm even willing to say that because of what human nature is, it's possible that religion will just win.
No. See, Derek, you're such a, I hate to just name call you, but you're such a little thoughtless bimbo. This makes me so mad because they pervert it. Human nature, what is that?
Atheist church. And within 5 years, it was like 90% of them had gone belly up. By 10 years, they had all failed. Like it's too hard. People without really actually believing it will just decide on Sunday that they'd rather just take a walk and watch some Netflix instead. And so there's something where it's I'm even willing to say that because of what human nature is, it's possible that religion will just win by default.
What's that? You mean religion, the thing that's required to even attempt metaphysically, to even exhaust what human nature is. You believe you came from a fish, lady. If we just figure out what human nature is, I don't know. Even though, for thousands of years, we've been examining this hard-hitting question, and I'm just now getting around to asking this question. Maybe there's something foundational about what a human being is. Bruh. This is what happens. This is what happens. The 19th Amendment. This is exactly what happens. This is what happens. Look, this is what happens. This is it. This is what happens.
Public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers.
Okay, she's crying.
All over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people.
What is it? What are we doing? Why are we surprised that the West is falling? Between the two of these things, it's like totally different sectors, right? Politics, they're not ultimately separated, but they're related. But totally different spheres. It's the same energy.
Because it just taps into that.
It is. It's Girl Gone Bible. Yeah, it's the same exact thing, but atheism. Absolutely, Philip. It's the same exact thing, but atheism.
Culty, dogmatic.
You could almost hear Derek going, yeah, I love that. That sounds so right.
Side of human brain that garners so much money and power and resources. And then they have more children, and then they have more communities to raise those children.
That's right.
And I'm not on the secularism side because I have this idea that there's some secular utopia that I think is going to win. I'm on the side even knowing that it's probable that secularism may lose as far as global, worldwide future of humanity. Right. I just feel like for me, in my individual life, I feel a lot better and a lot more wholeness and a lot more inner peace doing more of that community and stuff on the local level, because it may not be possible kind of above the local level. And so you essentially have, I think everyone really has two choices when it comes to how to do healthy spirituality.
That would be more based.
Either you're going to be a part of a religious or spiritual tradition, and you're going to have to deconstruct a lot of the bullshit to get to a place that's really healthy. Or from the secular side, you're going to have to do a lot of building up from scratch, a lot more than people realize in order to get all those benefits. But the difference between most deconstructed Christian.
She just admitted the entire argument we always bring to these secular versus Christian debates is she admits that the benefits of Christianity and religions in general are better because of these utility, because basically utility, they're better. What is wholeness according to this broad? A feeling. It's all pure feeling. Just like that.
People,
she's feeling unwholeness right now. Look at her. She's about to blow up.
Out of our country, and you.
And the most spiritual atheist is not a huge. I don't.
It's all connected too. Like, think about it. Like to argue against religion in general, but particularly Christianity, you're arguing against structures that are normative and require some sort of guidance and even penalty, even control, law, even outside of law, social norms that you're pressured into participating in, decency. These are boundaries, right? And this chick, the women, they're like, I want to be boundaryless, and they don't really want that, but they're like, I'm free, I'm liberated. And whether it's in this sense, they want the benefit of structure without the obligation of structure. They want the benefit of religion without any of the responsibility of what it means to be a woman in that religion, right? They want all the benefits, but without any responsibility. And then you get these chicks who influence policy. These people, for some reason, these two people influence policy in regards to boundaries, borders, how we run society, what constitutes free speech, who gets to own a gun. These emotional bags, literally guidance counselors. And it's all the same problem. It's an argument against authority and structure, which would then give you tradition, give you the structure for a society, give you the way in which you operate, gives you rules, gives you a justice system. And they're all confused. I don't get it. Why are Christian societies more ordered? Why am I, when I'm in a blue state, I'm stepping in human feces, but when I go down to a small town that's Christian and conservative, everything's clean and there are gazebos? Why is that? I still don't know why. I want that stuff, but without all of the actual virtues. I want a Christian town and all of its benefits without any of the virtues. That's what I want. Yeah, well, too bad.
I think that's a huge difference. And really, I think that's a healthy place that I think everyone should be moving towards, because it avoids the extreme problems of fundamentalism and nihilism.
What's the fundamental problem? What's fundamentalism? What's the fundamental problem of fundamentalism?
So for me now, it's more about how can I critique religion so that it continues to deconstruct and hopefully get healthier? How do we build up more tools on the secular side so that everybody can be in that, nice gooey space in between the...
Oh, just a nonsense, this lady. A gooey spot in between. This is it? This is it, Derek? This is the mind-blowing interview of the newfound spiritual atheism? We're going to meld together, strict orderly systems that produce really good results in Christianity and religion, and we're going to make them weaker, and we're going to make spiritualism, atheism, stronger by moving it toward the religion thing that I think is icky, and we'll just find a muddy watered in between where we can smush it together like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And Derek, look at Derek. Look at Derek. Oh man, you were in the wrong field, dude. You should have went real estate. You would have made a great poster on a bench, buddy. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you again, because in vision softly speaking, Left my words when I was sleeping. And the Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Oh, the rambling of this lady. Look at her. And then we mush them together and we make incompatible worldviews and ways of ordering society. We'll make them, smush them together, make this one meeker, make this one stronger, and you put it together, and then we have a good school.
The extremes of fundamentalism and nihilism, which is where we see the most harm.
That's literally like what I've been wanting.
Oh, that's what you wanting? Oh, you that's what I want. We are so connected right now. That's literally what I've been wanting. It's like you're in me. This is like...
They want to sit on God's lap to slap his face. So annoying they don't see that.
This is like... It's like... Ask my wife. This is like what I've been like wanting. For like... I mean, these are my desires. You're literally talking about my inner desires right now. Like, I've been searching for a completely nebulous descriptor of mashing atheism and Christianity and religion together into a feel-good reality that I cannot discern. And I've been looking for it, and you just nailed it, sweetie. That's a meme. Look at that. Look at that meme. Dude, this guy's a lol cow, dude.
How do we build up more tools on the secular side so that everybody can be in that, nice gooey space in between the extremes of fundamentalism and nihilism, which is where we...
The nice gooey space. I mean, it's like she's took language from a cooking class. I've been like, I can't eat marshmallows now, but suddenly I want to make marshmallows. I'm looking up how to make marshmallows everywhere. It's like someone's like swapping theology and worldview with just baking right now. That's what it sounds like. What you really want is the really gooey sort of mixture of the two. Good balance. You want a good balance of the two. I don't know what that looks like in reality, but who needs to know that?
The most harm.
That's literally like what I've been wanting.
I've been wanting this in a relationship like my entire life. And like, I just can't believe you said it though. Like this is like getting weird. Yeah, dude. He's just doing gambling. Yeah. I mean, this is everything that I've wanted and thought of. Ask anyone. Ask my closest friends. Ask my wife. Like, she's going to think this is actually weird. Like, we're connected. You and I don't know. This is weird. This is weird.
And I get some people have to believe at the end of the day. And I'm like, I'm not trying to take away that. Like, it's just the radical kind of, extreme stuff that comes out of this harmful parts of the religion. I want to ask you one question. We got a few
Wow. Deep.
Super chats I want to ask too, so I don't leave people hanging who are helping.
I wonder if any of the super chats actually challenge this Mimbo.
Support the channel along the way. They have questions for you. They're clearly aware of your work and they love what you do. My question to you would be this, dude. And I wonder, each of us might answer this differently.
Generic Derek. It's generic. Hey, it's generic Derek. That's a bit, dude. That's like a skit. Hey, it's generic Derek. Your household atheist YouTuber. Tired of extreme stuff and you're not unsure of how extreme you want to go in the other direction? Try on generic Derek's Myth Vision goggles. A perfectly blurred GUI in between of every worldview. Generic Derek. Generic Derek, Eric. Get your Generic Derek t-shirts at genericderek.com. Tired of strong positions and narrow views on truth? Come to Generic Derek, where you can have the best of both worlds and sit on a fence. It hurts, but it's worth it. Here at Generic Derek, we're not about one way of life. We're about splintering life into a bunch of incompatible nodes that all dissolve when they're put in the beaker. There's a poster right there, that freeze frame right there. Ask my wife, Generic Derek. You ever see society crumbling around you and wonder why? You don't even know what to defend or what to fight for? You have no purpose in life? Well, I'm here to save you from that with Generic Derek, a 6-part course. It's a mini-series that pre-made videos where you can interact with yours truly, Generic Derek, how to adopt soft approaches to reality. Now I want fresh chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, I know. I don't know why. You know when you get to the place where you're just purely eating for sustenance and you're just like in a zone? It might break, but that's where I am. I'm just like, okay, eat that thing. Eat that rabbit food thing structure. Eat, forget. Drink water, eat, forget.
Kind of have a feeling I know where you're at and why you're doing this, but if you had a choice between...
If you believed in choice... Look, if you believed in choice, whatever doesn't make my mama frown, his wife, more like.
Religion ultimately is more delusional, let's just say, in terms of reality, okay?
Why? No. Why?
We're psyching ourselves out and playing make-believe, all right? And society works. It functions.
So humans function on a delusion. Think about what you're saying, Derek. Delusional Derek. Think about what you're saying. You guys just spent an hour talking about how religious people are super delusional, but somehow a delusional worldview makes things operate better. Generic Derek. Dude.
Have meaning and purpose. They can deal with death. They can deal with all the things. And let's just say we found the math, right? We knew the data. And they came back. There was no like, well, in this country, we took a poll. Like the whole earth, we were able to know that religion had a better overall statistic. If you're religious and you self-delude.
We already have that.
You become like Ayaan Hirsi Ali. You just split your brain and say, okay, boom, society in the world operated better. Or religion's not true. And we recognize that overall humanity's health and whatnot actually starts to deteriorate and go down a worse path. So you have like two ethical problems here in your mind.
No. You don't actually have ethics without assuming one of them being true. I mean, the guy is so broken philosophically. It's like embarrassing. It's truly embarrassing to everyone who follows him, who's even moderately has even a moderate philosophical acumen. He's just like, oh, there's a meta-ethical problem right away. Based on what view, dude?
Which ethical solution would you choose?
Yeah, this is a great trolley problem. And I think about variations of this trolley problem probably every day because I deeply consider the ethics of what I'm doing.
It's a simple, what? The trolley problem? No. The trolley problem is not even a trolley problem. It's demonstrably true that religious belief creates social cohesion, which is good. Religious belief gives people a reason to participate as a unit in a larger thing called a family or a larger thing called a society. And it has embedded the way in which you ought behave in the system. It also has mostly, for the most case, embedded an obligation to reproduce not only a being, but reproduce the being that adheres to the worldview. Even according to your evolutionary paradigm, this is a better self-replicating model than what you guys have. It's not a trolley problem. The trolley problem is either everyone becomes secular and humans die out because they don't reproduce, or you adopt a Christian worldview and you make beautiful societies with beautiful buildings, as opposed to your garbage, brutalist, square, gray, replaceable consumerist caves. You guys suck, dude. I honestly, people are talking about immigration. And everyone's like, oh, how could you, be so strict on immigration, right? People, are, they come here from all different types of worldviews and everything. I'm at the point where, deporting atheists, honestly. I want a country that deports atheists.
Even talking about deconstructing denialism, because there are people who end their lives on that path. And so I'm very concerned with the ethics of what I'm doing.
Oh, really? You don't have any ethics?
And it was interesting that...
Yeah, everything's ugly. Everything about, everything that you point to from a Christian worldview, specifically orthodoxy, is beauty and purpose. There isn't, if you go into an Orthodox church, there isn't a placed icon that isn't thoughtful in its purpose and function. It's not a tinsel. There isn't any part of the structure of the building that isn't thought with purpose and function. Meaning, the conceptual connective tissue that makes the experience. Atheism, secularism, you're disjointed. You got nothing to offer society. Nothing. You offer nothing. At best, the most charitable take, you offer some sort of jolted defense or response from Christianity. At best, you test the defense response of Christianity. That's all I can give you. You bring nothing. You bring nothing. You make nothing.
Alex O'Connor just asked Sam Harris this exact same question. What do you do if we realize that humanity really can't survive nihilism and that the collective well-being of the world is going to be significantly worse if people don't have the stories that make them feel?
And you know what he said? You know what the little rat said? He said, you lie. You lie.
Like life is worth living, or the morality that they feel like is grounded, or whatever it is.
Yeah, what did he say?
It was interesting that Sam Harris said that if we could know that that humanity needs these stories in order for it to function, well-being has to matter more than truth. If we knew that, I would take the books off my shelf and I would,
Why?
Either not critique religion or be a part of religion or whatever he said. And
well, in a different interview, he straight out said you lie.
Ask atheists this question sometimes because there comes a point in your deconstruction where sometimes
I just had enough. You know what I mean? It's so bad. I'm gonna set up a nice chunk of my live stream. I'll edit that down. But these people need the philosophical baton, right? They need to be hit with the baton because they're just gibberators. And I'm more flustered with other atheists because you guys are so lazy with each other. At least Christians who proclaim to be Christians, we're fiercely debating each other. We've got panels. We're still, defending the councils. We're trying to get even more rigorous with how we practice orthodoxy in the West. We're fighting ecumenism. There's a whole world of it. You guys have no world. Talk about world building. You guys can't build worlds. You certainly can't maintain them. Atheism sucks. Secularism blows. You guys are like maggots eating on on a body of a corpse that isn't even dead yet, called civilization. You're like those maggots who are like, I can't tell if the thing's dead or not. And you're like, I need this thing to die so I can feed on it. Let me just start early. That's what you guys are like. Yeah, the whole thing. Just nonsense. And nobody criticizes this chick, dude. I've seen her on multiple things. She's doing her little tour to nihilism, right? And not a single one of these people push back on her nonsense. Not a single one. They're just a bunch of simps, man. Stop whining. Fair enough. I should at least play the song. You guys got nothing. You guys are just maggots. You're like those leeches from Stand By Me. All you do is consume, eat. And we go, what are you building? Nothing. Did you make any children for society? No. I killed 20, though. I just want to round you all up. Bunch of losers, honestly. You guys are losers, and not even in the sense like an insult. You guys actually are losers. What is this? This looks funny. You're going to have to take this up with the atheist, by the way.
As you know, the president has depicted
Dude, the audio's...
former president and first lady as apes. The behavior has been declared racist by a good many people. But I don't think the president has really received the message that is unacceptable.
Y'all believe we're apes. And honestly, you guys kind of picked the wrong person, honestly.
He seems to think that he can do these dastardly things.
This is crazy. Dude looked like he walked out of the Natural Museum. Anyway. With that said, the Tour de Nile. The Tour de Nile. Well, this weekend, Saturday? Saturday, I have a debate against someone who thinks we are apes. I'll make sure to ask him the question that everyone wants to know about George Floyd. I'll get him to say his great ancestor was a fish, and then I'll probably hold off on debating. Obviously, I probably shouldn't have scheduled the debate during Lent, but it was scheduled beforehand, so I followed through on these things. Yeah, so there's that. We got Ortho Thugs Friday for sure. Sunday afternoon, I'll be on with Jake. I'll dual stream it. We're gonna go through a very contentious little conversation between Aubrey Marcus, the New Age dingbat, and this other dude who was actually being consistent with his worldview and biting some really crazy bullets. Not one goal met. That's right. That's right. That's our motto here. Not one goal met. Anyway, feeling weak. Actually, I'm kind of sick right now too. I've missed out on all the sickness, and now I think I might have hit the jackpot. For those of you who want them, the sticker packs are available, pre-sale, madebyjimbob.com, which includes, if you go to madebyjimbob.com and want to find a way to support me, that's additional to your fine super chats and comments. You can buy some products over at Made by Jim Bob, particularly a little collection we like to call Savage Memes. Savage Memes. This voice-activated system on OBS is forcing me to enunciate words better. I wasn't always good at enunciating words. I think my mouth was just kind of lazy. And I realize if I talk more like mimicking the mouth movements of one Nick Fuentes, I'll be able to pronounce words better. It's always been a problem for me. It's like my mouth never really learned to move properly. It's a little bit lazy. It's almost like I had a stroke, but just on my mouth. So I will continue doing my exercises and reading super chats with strict enunciation and strong mouth movement. It's actually more difficult than you'd think, reversing the muscle memory of 45 years of talking. Try it. It's hard. It's actually really hard to do. It's quite frustrating too, also. Yeah. You can get away with it when you're singing, though, because you know people mispronounce words. That's like a thing now to purposely mispronounce a word when you're singing. So you should probably just sing more.
With impunity. Tonight, I wanted him to have a person confront him and let him know that black people aren't apes, that black people are not going to tolerate this kind of behavior.
Sorry, buddy, but almost the entirety of the Democratic Party, all of their constituents actually would reject this, that you are actually an ape. You sound like John Malkovich. That's how he talks in every movie. You're right about that. Not one goal met. Sounds like you never met goals, so here's for the goal.
I don't speak for everybody.
Dude, can I get that on a shirt?
I speak for people of goodwill who understand that if you tolerate this,
Can I capitalize on that?
Perpetuate it. I refuse to tolerate.
I'm getting that. Dude, I'm getting that totally. Black shirt, white poster, even maybe with the hands, do you think? I don't know.
Hate that the president.
Forrest Velkai disagrees with you, buddy. Go ask him. Everyone go ask him. Everyone go to Forrest Velkai in his next live stream and super chat him and ask if this guy's wrong.
Back putting into policy. We must
hold up the sign, dude.
Take a stand against this level of.
Hold up the sign, bro.
Rosa Parks, it is.
This is so weird.
But I know that there's something against him.
Hold up the sign, bro.
Consequences of the consequences were now. We are back to a point where people.
Damn, audio's so bad on that. C-SPAN fail. Anyway, I gotta source that. I need that as a shirt at least. I'll probably wear it on stream. I don't know if I'd wear that in public though. It'd kind of frighten me. Bring too much attention. But I'll find it. I'll find the poster. Someone find it, shoot it over to me, okay? All right, it's 2:20. I think it's time. I'm a little under the weather. Otherwise, I'd sing you a tune or two. I gotta eat more rabbit food. Yum, yum. Oh, hello, listener. Oh, members only. Dude, can I transfer to members only or not? Or just some of you go? How many we got in the chat? 612. I don't know. I don't know if they do that. Members only, they'll just, like, 10 of you will go over there. Yeah, I'll send you somewhere else. How about that? If you're listening to this after the fact because of whatever reason, feel free, if you would like to contribute to the channel, get yourself a membership or buy people memberships. Send a tip in the chats, the comments sections, or Bob chat, or go over to Made by Jim Bob. Get yourself a set of stickers and volume 3, 4, and 5. Some of you new people don't realize that I'm a comic maker. You've probably even seen some of my memes. I'm supposed to do a meme stream at some point, going over my favorite viral memes. I'll do that. You know what? I'll plan that. That's a good relaxing stream. I'm going to organize my most viral memes, Jim Bob's most viral memes stream. Should be real fun. And I will always love you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If I go, none is what you meant to be. And I all right. I've outdone myself. Another day, another day, another day. And I will always love you. And I will always love you. And I will always love you, and I will always love you. Ow. Love. I need meat. That one hurt. And